Today, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Wait, what's Switch 2 stream? Oh, they're announcing the Switch 2 and everything that comes with it. Alright, yeah. Didn't they just announce the Stream Deck 2 as well? Why do I remember there was an announcement, I think, for the Stream Deck 2? Or am I completely wrong? I don't use or utilize these services or these products, so I have no idea. Is it a victory for the anti-woke crusade when Ubisoft and Tencent made this dumb entity plan? X-Rave, how you doing, bro? It's not... It all depends, right, Pringles? I think the victory in this case is genuinely just the fact that we now know that Assassin's Creed Shadows was not successful. It was a massive failure. I guess what we could call it is a Pyrrhic victory or Pyrrhic victory. It was Pyrrhic in that we won the battle, but the war is still going on. It all depends now on what do they... Cesius, how you doing, brother? What do they take from this loss? Do they accept the loss and realize what led to the loss? Or is the loss merely from their perspective a blip on the radar, and they just need to keep going, doing what they've been doing all along, because eventually it'll just work out? I am not convinced that the Ubisoft management has that ability to figure out what they did wrong. What is very unknown, because most of us don't cover this, Ubisoft in the last year have released 2 NFT games. NFTs. You know, the thing that's completely dead and everyone now knows is a giant scam? Yeah. Ubisoft continues to launch games for NFTs. You see, so from Ubisoft's perspective, it's all about the money. It is one big greedy machine, and they're just trying to figure out how do we get more money out of the system. Effectively, this means their management is a problem. And as long as the management remains the same, which it is, because Yves Guillemot is not going anywhere, I don't see how Ubisoft turns this around. So basically, this new entity is basically going to struggle along for a bit. It's going to release a couple more dud games. And I think then Ubisoft is going to learn exactly why Tencent insisted on having 25% and a seat at the table. Because now Tencent will have the power to demand a new CEO. So Tencent will be able to remove the Guillemot family entirely from Ubisoft. And I think that's what Tencent is going to go after. Pringles, Ubisoft would never have given 50. And I think also from Tencent's perspective, they don't have faith in Ubisoft as a studio to go for a 50-50 split. You don't really need... you don't need 50... Gregory, how you doing, brother? You don't need 50-50 splits if all you're going for is a seat at the table. 50% is way too much, because now you're a managing partner. So you're not just a shareholder. At 50-50, you become a managing partner. So you're now involved in the day-to-day, which of course you don't want to be. What you want is a large enough share that you can basically demand change. That happens usually at 15%. So hostile takeovers happen at 15% shares. Because this psychological aspect is what drives the power of 15%. If I have 5% of your shares and I threaten to drop all of your shares, 5% will make a move and it might hurt a little, but it won't be the end of the studio. It won't be the end of the company. 15%, on the other hand, if I say I want Yves Guillemot gone, and the board says, well, we're not going to fire him, and I say, well, I have 15% that I'm about to dump onto the market all at once, that will tank the share price. Because it will cause investor panic. Why did a 15% shareholder just drop all of their shares? What do they know that we don't? So it'll mean that about 40% of all shares just disappear. You know, so you don't want that. That's why 25% is very high. Because if you dump 25%, you bankrupt the company overnight. On E, I think. Disappointed because I wanted to buy some Nintendo stocks. Yeah, Nintendo is difficult. Actually, to be fair, buying international shares in South Africa is usually a nightmare. Maybe Ubisoft investors are not like the other investors. Pringles, how do you mean? I don't even care about all this anymore. I just want my new Rayman games, man. I think you will get them, but not from Ubisoft. They'll probably sell that IP. I don't think investors know, Pringles. There's some investors that are obviously woke investors, and they're investing in woke because they genuinely believe it. But I think the majority of investors don't even know what this stuff means. So they don't care about DEI, wokeness. What does this mean? They don't watch YouTube videos. They don't go on X. They don't read any of this. Most investors just go, hey, this is a company that has previously and historically made a lot of money. Let's buy the share. And as long as they're making me money, I couldn't care less how they do their business. But ultimately, all investors, no matter how woke they may be, when they get to the point where they're about to lose all of their money, they will start demanding a turnaround, no matter how woke they are. Ultimately, all of this is about money. It's about driving money. CCS Plus, I don't think investing into Nintendo is a good idea. I wouldn't invest in Nintendo. I think the issue with Nintendo is it's already too large of a company, so share price moves, even if it's massive moves, it's like maybe a 3 or a 4% move up or down. Unless you have hundreds of thousands of dollars that you're about to drop into Nintendo, that 3 or 4% means nothing to you, right? It's barely going to make a dent. What you want, if you want short-term investment, so if you're looking to make a quick buck, you want companies that are trading mega low, right? They're either brand new in the system, or they're still sort of getting off the ground. There's currently Orion Minerals. Orion Minerals is a bank. Savin, how you doing? Phenomics? How you doing, brother? There's a company in South Africa. It's called Orion Minerals. They restarted a mine. It's a copper mine. This mine was shut down like maybe 20, 25 years ago. I think it might be shorter than that, but the mine was shut down not because there was no more copper, but the company simply just ran out of money, misplanned it, mismanaged it. So Orion Minerals has moved in, and they're opening up the mine again. Their shares currently trade for less than R1 a share, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure. And if their shares explode, which I think will happen, if their shares explode, the reason this is a good investment for me is I don't think it matters. Now, I'm going to show you on my second equities account, not on my main one. I don't want that to be public. But I'll show you on my second account. This is sort of more like a bit of a theoretical account that I have, which is mainly just for fun. So if you look here, I'll show you now. I think Orion is the only one I still hold shares in, right? So you look at this. I basically sold most of the shares because this is just a fun one. Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not giving anyone financial advice here. But you look at their share price. Their share price is quite low. It's like 17 cents, 19 cents a share. But now remember, this is a potential mine. They haven't started mining anything yet. They're just reopening the mine, resetting up everything, rechecking everything. So it's probably going to be another year, 2 years, 3 years even, before this actually picks up and actually starts going, right? So for me, this is a decent investment. Niara, how you doing? If you want to do short-term-ish kind of investments, I wouldn't invest in Orion Minerals in my main account because what I'm investing in is long-term growth. I don't care about massive spikes, right? Because I just want, basically in my main account, what I'm looking for is dividends. I don't give a shit about the growth of the stock because I don't own stocks that I'm going to sell. But if you want stocks where you just basically want to dump them at some point, Orion would be a good investment because there is copper in their mines, right? There is. As soon as they start getting it out, they're going to make bank. Like this share price, if you're buying in on this one, right? So I only have like 800 and something in here, right? 875. That's 4,620 shares. Now imagine this share pumps to 100 or 500 or 1,000 rand a share. Some of the mines in South Africa trade at about 1,000 rand a share. Imagine how much money I have pretty much over, like, immediately, pretty much instantly. I'm I'm a millionaire as a result of this investment, and it's a relatively small investment. It's like dropping $1,000 into it. What's that? You're not going to miss that, right? The 3 or 4 crypto investments. I don't really invest in crypto. Alistar, you bastard. With the Prime sub, no less. Good sir. Good sir. Welcome. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love the stream, dude. Good conversation. Happy to have you here, good sir. Johnny, how you doing, bro? Johnny, it is my understanding from some of the research I've done. Now, granted, I've not done as much research into it, but the mine was shut down 2 reasons. One was mismanagement of the mine. The second was the South African business environment. It is very difficult to do business in South Africa. You need people from minority groups to be owners in order to get mining rights. And it's my understanding this mine didn't have that because it was mostly family owned. And they weren't really interested in selling part of their mine to someone they don't know. And so ultimately they just decided, fine. Not going to waste our time. We'll just close the mine, right? The other problem was also the next big deposits of copper in this mine is deeper down. So you need to make investments to get to the next layers of copper. But everything I've read shows that there's still a shit ton of copper in this mine. The mine is far from dead. And Orion Minerals, one of the reasons I kind of like them, they also own a couple of other potential mining properties that they also want to start looking into. So it could maybe be a good thing, in the long run. Black Cat, how you doing? China's not involved in it. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about Chinese involvement. Orion Minerals looks to be a purely South African-owned company. Is still buying industry and Africa to mine. China is not as much in South Africa as in the rest of Africa, but there are already a couple of mines in South Africa even that's owned by the Chinese, or at least partially owned by the Chinese. One of the reasons South Africa at this moment has been spared from massive Chinese investment is because of our business laws. The fact that all companies that want to open up in South Africa has to be owned at least 30 to 50% by minority groups really doesn't make the Chinese interested in mass scale investment, because the Chinese want to own their own stuff. They don't want to give their ownership away. And the South African government, for now at least, is going, well, no, pay us, bitch. And they have to. So the ANC is in a very tough spot. The ANC currently keeps themselves in power by brokering deals with their members. So the people with all the influence in the country make a lot of money off of government connections because they get handed these sort of companies, right? Elon Musk wanted to bring Starlink to South Africa, but he was forced to sell 30% of Starlink to black owners. These black owners aren't just random black people. These black owners are people connected to the ANC, so the African National Congress. They move in. They don't run anything. They're not there to make the company anything. They're just owners so that you can run your business. They get a cut, 30% of whatever the profits are, and that's it, right? They make millions of dollars off of these deals so that the ANC can remain in power. Because they give some of that money back to the ANC. There's a bunch of greasing deals to ensure that the ANC has all of the support that it actually needs. So the ANC is caught between a rock and a hard place. The economy is failing and falling apart. It needs more investment, but they can't stop the BEE laws, because if they stop the BEE laws, they lose the election. And then it doesn't matter that the economy is failing. They're no longer in power. So they're effectively just going, let's just hold on and see how long we can stay here before we ultimately lose the election anyways, because the worse the economy gets, the closer they get to losing the election. So that's sort of where we live, at least where I live in South Africa, and some of the viewers in chat. Oh yeah, Mason, 100%. 100%. Jelly Break, how you doing? Mason, how you doing, sir? So Alistar, in South Africa, they don't call it minority ownership. So in South Africa, they call it previously disadvantaged, right? So in the rest of the world, you guys have affirmative action, and affirmative action reads, it's to help minority groups. In South Africa, we have affirmative action, but here they can't say minority groups because obviously the minority are white, right? So that wouldn't work. So instead, it's called the previously disadvantaged, because that is mostly only the black people, right? It is just black people and some colored people, but that's basically how the grift works. Just change the name and keep doing the same thing. Elon Musk is a minority. Yep. Radical in South Africa who make machine gun sound, and John Endgame the Boer. So John Cartier, you're talking about Julius Malema, who is the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters. They are an open communist socialist organization, like super open about this. They don't mince their words here. They are for communism. Yeah, he chants kill the Boer, kill the farmer. They claim that this is a struggle song. This is a song from their history, and they're just remembering their history. Which, thus far, even the law has said that's fine. White South Africans, of course, wouldn't be allowed to sing our songs from the past because that would be racist. So, just another day in South Africa. It's super fun to live here, as you can imagine. Send Trump over there to clean up your country. Dude, Trump wouldn't be able to clean up this country. If I was the leader of this country, I would just go, shut it down, close it, let's go home. There's nothing to do here. It's not worth it. CCS, you know why I'm one of the few, I guess, white people who really don't care about the struggle songs. Like, I don't care that Julius Malema is singing kill the Boer, kill the farmer. I don't care that Julius Malema is saying we're not calling for the slaughter of white people yet. I don't care about any of that. And you want to know why? I know history. And I know the South African history very well. And I'll say this. We might not be a lot of people. We've always been a relatively small nation. But in the heart of every white South African lies the blood of an inferior Boer force holding off the largest army the British Empire has ever assembled to try and shut down a revolution. And in the end, the British couldn't fight the Boer. What they had to do was put their women and children in concentration camps and basically break their spirits, because the war they were losing. Right? So I know the history of my people, and I know for a fact that when the first bullets start flying, Julius Malema will not be on the front lines. He's not going to be leading his army of revolutionaries. He'll run because he's a coward. What I know for a fact is that we will not run. I mean, there's the issue is that the Boer people don't know what it means to really give up. It's very difficult for them to give up, and they'll most likely fight until they're completely destroyed. So I'm not worried about this. I think if the war breaks out, and the other thing is, and I think this is something that Julius Malema and the other people completely underestimate, they think that if the war breaks out, it's going to be 50 million black people against, 5 million white people? No shot. The overwhelming majority of black people in South Africa do not wish white people harm. They're not going to join people in slaughtering white people. Why would they? I live in an area where I have black friends. My black friends aren't going to turn and suddenly start shooting me. They'll join me, right? We'll fight whatever the hell these other guys are, right? Because these other guys are the ones causing shit, and every one of us just wants to get back to life. So at the end of the day, they'll be the ones completely outnumbered by forces that don't care about the racist bullshit, because we don't hate each other. So I'm on no front worried at all about any of this. The world is in a better place than decades ago. Yeah, that's true. Too busy producing piano music to wage war. True. And yeah, I mean, I have a black bull sort of outlook on the current situation in the world. And I know this is not what many people want to hear. Many people think that this can be salvaged and this can be saved, and all we need is a bit more time and a bit more here's why I think I shared this. Hold up, let me just quickly find it. Here we go. So we'll listen to this, and then you can get my opinions on this. I'll tell you what I think.
If you thought we were woke before, you done went and woke the beast. Welcome to Woke 2.0. All my woke warriors, give me a blue heart and share. Let's spread the love.
Okay, so ignoring the fact that this is the least scary war cry I've ever heard in my life. I think there's one thing that Americans specifically have not woken up to. And I want to be so super clear. I am not calling for anyone. I'm not calling for any actions. I'm not calling for this. I'm telling you what I think is inevitable. The level of divide and hatred in America between Americans, so we're talking about the left and their hatred of the right, that level of divide cannot be overcome by a president. It cannot be overcome by policy. The level of this divide is not something that you can argue with. It's not something that you can debate with. As you've seen, they're not interested in debate. there's no ability to actively talk to any of these people because they've closed ranks around their ideology. And everything you do, every single time you try, no matter what you do, you'll be met with their absolute resistance. Throughout history, and in every other instance that this has ever been the case, there is only one way to solve this, and that's war. You see, and I think the reason for this is, at this point, it's no longer, as far as I'm concerned, a battle between ideologies. It's no longer a battle where, well, we just sort of disagree on direction of country. This has become a battle between good and evil. And no one can convince me that the Democrats are not evil. By this, I don't mean that the Republicans are innocent and completely blank statement, pure and good. They're not. The Republicans have the same, or at least some elements of them that is just as evil. But at this point, the things that the Democrats are standing for, the policies that the Democrats are willing to burn the country down for, are what I would call very deeply rooted evil. Evil can only ever be destroyed by good through the complete eradication of the agents of evil. That's the only way this works. Now, again, super clear here. I'm not saying that people should go out and eradicate people. That's not the purpose of this video or of this discussion. The purpose of this discussion is to say, I don't believe that it will end any other way. My prediction is that within the next 10 years in America, there will be a civil war. The Democrats will start that civil war because the vitriol and the bile that they're spewing is constantly ramping up. They're constantly ramping the heat. And eventually that heat will result in some idiot doing something that they were not supposed to do. If you think back to World War II. In World War II, things are going swimmingly for the Axis. Right? The Axis are basically winning the war. And then one member of the Axis has this, let's call it an idea. Let's be good faith and call it an idea. And they say, hey, I have an idea. Let's bomb America, who thus far has largely remained outside the war. America has helped. They've sent weapons and such, but they've not joined the war as of yet. And the Japanese are going, hey, you know what would be super fun if America joined the war? And so they bomb America. And now America's like, well, this is it. Time for us to join as well, right? Let's go. And that's the end of the Axis. Because now America's joined, now it's over. So there's always, as the hatred and bile and the vitriol ramps up, there's going to be one person that does something stupid. This can be a leftist that goes into a religious school and blows it up, or kills a bunch of kids, or blows up a mall in a deeply raped place or a deeply raped state, something to that effect, and that sets off the events that follow, which will lead to complete civil war. That's what I genuinely believe will happen in America, because I see no other way that this ends. I don't see how it ends any other way. Are you telling me that you can debate or reason with this woman? Do you think that there's any way to debate or reason with this woman? Caleb, no worries, man. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you, sir. The trial to Jay, the other side like France did, and they tried with Trump. That's another way that they can do it, right? The mistake was done by Hitler. He declared war. Well, Niara, obviously, he wanted to stand by his partner. because his partner was standing by him, and that was the issue. Because Japan poked the bear that wasn't supposed, or the eagle in this case, and the eagle clearly did not need much of a push. You cannot reason a person out of a position they didn't use reason to get into. Yep, that's very, very true. When something becomes a zero-sum game, your opposition will accept nothing but complete defeat or victory. Alistar, but I think we are there, in a way. And I'll tell you guys this. Something that, from an outsider's perspective, is really interesting to me is, and it's sad that no one else is talking about this. It's as if no one else has noticed this. The Democrats, every single time they don't get their way, they resort to making the country ungovernable. Every single time. When they lost the election with Trump, it didn't take long before they made the country ungovernable. Now they lost the election to Trump again, and literally from day one, they've been out in the streets making the country ungovernable. So the Democrats' answer to anything that doesn't go their way is to basically bludgeon America into siding with them. Either you vote how we think you should be voting, or we'll burn your shit down. That's your choice. Go for it. Do what we say, or we burn your shit down. How do you reason with someone like this? How do you reason with a side that can't even realize that they are literally Hitler's brown shirts? Because that is what they are. For those of you that don't know the history of the Hitler brown shirts, this is how Hitler gained power and cleansed entire areas. If they identified an area, a business center, a street that they wanted to take over, the brown shirts move in. The brown shirts cause massive disruption and destruction. Then the army moves in and calm things down. Right, so the brown shirts are basically used as a way to force government intervention. Brown shirts had other jobs as well, which I'm sure the Democrats are about to get to. But it's interesting to me that no one else is talking about this. No one else is doing anything about this. It's literally happening. The Democrats are too stupid to realize this. And I saw a short. Oh man, I hope I still have this short. Let me see. I think it's this one. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is funny. Come on. Oh, for the love of all things, that's good. Dude, can you... Why is YouTube broken? I can't increase the volume if I move off this. There we go. You just have to grab it.
Democrats are not particularly bright. And we went into the archives. We said, okay, we can show you all the current videos of Democrats not being bright. Is there something old? Is there something out there that's so old that the video doesn't even have color? Did that even exist? A time when things were in black and white that would perfectly illustrate the mindset of a Democrat, and hot damn, we found one.
This is Mr. Montgomery. I met him a few weeks ago in New York.
Oh, how are you? You live here?
Yes.
Well, maybe you know what a zombie is.
When a person dies and is buried, it seems there are certain voodoo priests who have the power to bring him back to life.
How horrible.
It's worse than horrible because a zombie has no will of his own. You see them sometimes walking around blindly with dead eyes, following orders, not knowing what they do, not caring.
You mean like Democrats?
Dude, even then, they knew the Democrats and what the Democrats are like. So, I mean, do you need any more convincing? Oh, that was just funny to me seeing that. Oh, you mean like Democrats? Oh, man. Anti-fascist action is what they are, not the brown shirts, in my humble opinion. Anti-fascist action in Germany was against both the liberals and the fascists. Alistar, to some extent, but they have elements of the brown shirts, right? So there's elements of them that is very similar to the brown shirts. Very similar to, because we know now that it is a paid movement. It's not organic. They are being paid to be where they are. So they are acting on orders. They're soldiers. They're foot soldiers. People responsible should be charged for parading that man around in that debilitated state. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel sorry for Joe Biden because I don't think he was ever a good person. I've watched videos of Joe Biden from long before he was the president and senile. Joe Biden was always a snake. So I think he just got ultimately what he deserved. Do you watch Nick Freitas, the previous retiring Republican delight and podcaster? I do not. I don't even know who that is. I don't watch a lot of Republican stuff, by the way, because from my perspective, I don't watch a lot of party politic bullshit. Every single podcaster I've ever heard that is a declared Republican usually just touts whatever the party line is, you know? So whatever is the current party line is what they tout. I hate that. I like, don't give me party politics. Look at the issue and be reasonable about it. You know, like I don't want to hear what the party has to say. I want to hear what you have to say and what you think of it from a conservative lens, not from a Republican lens, because I don't view Republican as anything. Republican is just a party. It's supposed to be the conservative party. So you're supposed to look at issues as a Republican through a conservative lens. Not through a Republican lens. That doesn't mean shit to me. So I'm not big on watching podcasts and videos from party people. It's sort of like, I think I woke up to this with Ben Shapiro. Like, when you follow Ben Shapiro long enough, it doesn't take long for you to realize, oh, wait, you're just the party stooge. Whatever the neocon wing of the Republican Party want, Ben Shapiro will say. He doesn't actually defend his positions from a conservative perspective. He defends it from a neocon perspective, which is directly tied to the Republican neocons. Why would I listen to that? I don't doubt he was, but it's not my place to say he got what he deserved. I don't want that for any human. His last video on the age of voters and young men is great. Who is that, Niora? History and conflicts are muddy. I don't know how much of the brown shirts was security versus offensive. Who attacked first, Antifa or the brown shirts? You see that in the modern conflict too. I assume now Antifa attacked first, so I assume they did that too. So Alistar, the brown shirts only later started to get into like actual battles with other student groups. Originally, Hitler did very much what the left does, right? So Hitler and the Nazi Party. So there were basically, in Germany at the time, the vast majority of professors and academics were Nazis. In fact, you have papers written years before the Nazi Party even gets into power of academics calling themselves Nazis. This was before, obviously, the word Nazi became a very bad thing, but they supported Nazism. They supported nationalistic socialism. So they were super on board with everything Hitler was talking about, and they were the ones who radicalized the young people, the students, and then the brown shirts were created out of this. Hitler's youth, effectively, is what they were called. And they would act at the behest of Hitler and the Nazi Party to lay the groundwork. So if the Nazis wanted to move in and have a greater military presence in a specific town, or the Nazis wanted to know if there were Jews hanging in a specific area in town, they would send in the brown shirts. The brown shirts are students. They're not officially, at least in the beginning, they weren't officially related to the Nazi Party. They were independent student movements. But they weren't. They were very much tied to the Nazi Party, but made to look independent. They would then move into an area, expose what needs to be exposed, cause massive mayhem and chaos, that then give the German army the right to say, look, we're moving in here. We have to establish normalcy. We have to bring back some semblance of normal. And now that we're here, let's quickly check who's the Jews. Or now that we're here, let's quickly confiscate a bunch of shit. So that was how the brown shirts were used, among other ways. Most of my teachers are socialists. I only had 1 or 2 conservative teachers. I had no conservative teachers when I was in college. Carol Quigley. I don't think I have, no. Oh, tell you, 100%. I mean, the thing is, I don't think... So here's the problem with the arguments around why things can't really be left or right in that sense. Because liberal conservatism is... What's interesting about them, even communism can be conservative. Stalin was a mega conservative because Stalin tried to conserve communism, right? Because that's all conservatism means. It's conserving. Stalin killed people in order to conserve communism and to allow communism to keep existing. But of course, when we're talking economically, the Nazi Party 100% were left-wing. They were socialists. They were outright stated socialists. That's where the name of the Nazi Party is the National Socialists. And so 100%, they believed that the state should own all of the means of production, and the means of production should work to the betterment of the state. So I'm in no disagreement there. Became speaker by using her gender, claiming these men were keeping women out. She piggybacked off the crime bill push. Brown shirts in 1921, Antifa 1932. Maybe Antifa was acting informally before, I don't know. So I think, Alistar, in that time, there is a good chance that Antifa was most likely a natural response to the brown shirts. Jack Surfer, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. So I do think there is a chance that during that time, at least, Antifa was a natural response rather than a paid-for one. That's, of course, not today. Antifa today is very much a paid-for organization. And their name is one of the most ironic names in the history. Someone else said this in chat as well. It is so ironic, but it is indicative of communist thinking. So in communism, words are... The meaning of words are redefined to fit the narrative. In 1984, they call it newspeak. Right? That's what communism is. 1984 calls it newspeak. So effectively, what you want to do is you want to change the meaning of words to such an extent that people don't really know what we're talking about. So for example, they call it Antifa. But Antifa uses fascist tactics in order to get their way. So the reason this is so brilliant is if you disagree with Antifa, the next question immediately from Antifa is, hold up, we're anti-fascist. If you disagree with us, that means by definition, you must be pro-fascism. Because we're anti-fascism. You know, it's sort of the same reason why they label themselves as anti-racists. Because anti-racist means that if you disagree with me, then you are a racist. Because if I'm anti and you're against me, you must be pro. You see, this is the left. This is what they do. The term misinformation that we hear these days so often is not a new term. Anyone that knows anything about Soviet Russia will tell you misinformation existed, it was birthed in the communist Russia. And it didn't mean even the same as today. It didn't mean information that is wrong. It meant information that is against the state's narrative. So if you say something that isn't the official position of the state, you are guilty of misinformation. That's all it means, right? And they've literally just copied that term from the communist Russia. But wrong politically. Alizar, yeah. Well, politically correct was the term in Russia, which then became misinformation. Obviously in Russian, but it became misinformation because politically correct could be a little different. So instead, they started calling it misinformation, which is still politically correctness or politically incorrectness, but it is what it means, right? It is what you're saying is true, and actually, the joke is that Russians themselves would say this to each other. So if you spoke to a Russian and you say to them, hey, I don't think what we're doing here works, I don't think the factory owners know what they're doing, they would say to you, what you say is true, but it's not the official position of the party, comrade. Like, they would acknowledge 100% that you are correct. It's not working, but it's not the official position of the party, and therefore it's wrong. Because the party knows best. It is such a disgusting system. Fascinating, but disgusting. The meaning of politically incorrect, comrade, what you say might be true, but it is not convenient to our narrative right now. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. And this is just the nature of what you and I are currently dealing with. TMB, how you doing, brother? Well, Johnny, yes, because remember, reality can oftentimes be quite a danger to governments, and it's much easier if governments can control the narrative. I mean, the Nazis did this first. They were the ones who figured out how to control the narrative on a very large scale. Tekla, how you doing, brother? I think it was either Goebbels or Hitler that said, if you tell a lie enough times, it becomes the truth. That was their slogan. That was their idea. That was how they operated. Good. It's a good day. Crisp but sunny. Nice, TMB. It's starting to get colder here. We're not yet at cold, but it is starting to get a little chillier. They are warning, though, that temperatures will drop significantly in the next, I think Monday is when the temperatures will finally start really coming down. After Monday. Nyara, no, it doesn't work on everyone. You're right. But the nice thing is it doesn't have to work on everyone, right? The really nice thing is you don't need to grab everyone. You just need about 10% of the population. Historically, coups and sort of military takeovers of countries or militaristic takeovers of countries are enacted by between 5 and 10% of the population. You don't need much more than that. Once you have about 10% of the population, 10% of a well-organized group is always going to be able to tell 90% of people to just shut the hell up, and they'll just go along. Because most people just want to get on with life. They don't want to deal with problems. Yeah, we did. Seven, we did watch that. Oh yeah, Alistar, it's the entirety of the Northern Hemisphere, right? No, Southern Hemisphere, sorry. For me, it's the Northern Hemisphere that have your seasons reversed. For you, it's the Southern Hemisphere. But yeah, we are heading into our winter. Trust me, I hate it. I hate it. Because the cultural narrative is that Christmas is winter. You know, so I grew up watching Home Alone. I grew up watching Christmas movies. And all of the Christmas movies are obviously based in America or in Europe, which means snow in Christmas or during Christmas. So you grow up with all these ideas in mind of, you know, big family dinner around the table, fireplace, snow outside, lights in the snow, warm, hearty meals. But these things don't exist here in South Africa. When we have Christmas dinner, it's rarely a big, hearty meal. It's too hot for a big, hearty meal. You're in the middle of December. Are you nuts? So usually on Christmas Day, you'll have something light, you know, like cold meats and sandwiches and stuff of that nature, because you don't want to be dealing with massive heat at that time. So yeah, it's a very different, like cold salads and stuff is what we eat here during Christmas. They wanted to create an atheist devoid of greed, perfect Soviet man. When that fell, Orthodox Church blooms and oligarch took over. Nice job. My ex-boss used to live in New Zealand or Aussie or something. She used to bitch about preparing Christmas dinner in 37-degree heat. Mason, well, yes, it is different. It is very different. Although most of the time you just have barbecue on Christmas Day here. People just have barbecue because it's usually in the middle of December. It's really nice. So, or towards the end, you're already in summer. The temperatures are nice. So now you can have barbecues. And at least here in the Cape, where I live, the winds haven't started up yet. Usually by December, the wind isn't that big of a deal yet. Because once you get to like January, the winds really start to pick up. So now barbecue is no longer really an issue, right? It's not something you can really do anymore. So then you just sort of go out, go to dinner if you need something. Alistar, so the blank slate theory, I think, is actually one of the theories that is probably most to blame for the modern world and the world that we currently find ourselves in. Because it is this belief that we can change things and we can basically, we can do whatever we want because people are malleable. You know, all you need really is to apply the right pressure in the right positions and people will just adapt. People will just accept it. Which of course isn't true, and it's been tried and failed so many times, and yet it continues to go. But then again, you look at the man who's the father of what we would probably call today modern transgender medicine. You know, the father of modern transgender medicine. I don't want to get it wrong. What year was this? I just want to find it for you guys before we start talking. So the first thing that you need to know that is super interesting is the father of modern day transgender treatments was a man called Dr. Money. I kid you not. That is legitimately what he was called. Dr. Money. I just want to tell you because this was super bad. So here you have it, right? Dr. John Money conducted his most notable experiment, often referred to as the John Joan case, beginning in the mid-1960s, specifically in 1966. This experiment involved David Raymer, a boy born in 1965 in Winnipeg, Canada, who was not transgender but became the subject of Money's theories on gender identity and socialization following a tragic medical accident. David Raymer, originally named Bruce, and his identical twin brother Brian were born on August 22, 1965. At 8 months old in April 1966, Bruce underwent a routine circumcision that went horribly wrong due to a malfunctioning cauterizing device, resulting in the severe burning and loss of his penis. Desperate for solutions, his parents, Janet and Ron Raymer, sought advice from John Money, a psychologist and sexologist at Johns Hopkins University, was gaining prominence for his work on gender identity. Money saw this as an opportunity to test his hypothesis that gender identity is primarily a product of nurture rather than nature. He believed that a child's gender could be shaped through upbringing and socialization regardless of their biological sex. In 1967, when Bruce was 22 months old, around July, Money convinced the Raymers to raise Bruce as a girl, renaming him Brenda. The experiment began with surgical intervention on July 3, 1967. Bruce underwent an orchectomy, names removal of his testicles, to facilitate his reassignment as female. Money recommended further surgeries to construct a vagina, which the parents declined, and described estrogen treatments during puberty to promote female physical development. Details of the experiment was designed to prove Money's theory that gender identity could be socially constructed. David as Brenda was raised as a girl, dressed in female clothing, and encouraged to adopt traditional feminine behaviors, such as playing with dolls. His identical to a twin brother, Brian, served as a control subject, raised as a boy with intact male anatomy. Money argued that if Brenda successfully adapted to a female identity, it would validate his belief that gender was malleable and determined by environment rather than biology. Money monitored the twins annually, publishing reports claiming the experiment was a success. In a 1975 paper, he described Brenda as a happy, well-adjusted girl, contrasting her behavior with Brian's boyish traits. However, this was far from the truth. David as Brenda struggled profoundly with his imposed identity. He rejected dresses, preferred rough play, and was bullied at school for his masculine demeanor. By age 13, he was experiencing suicidal depression and refused further visits to Money, threatening to kill himself if forced to continue. In March 1980, at age 14, David's father revealed the truth about his birth and the experiment. David immediately rejected the female identity, adopted the name David, and began transitioning back to living as male. He underwent testosterone therapy, a double mastectomy, and multiple phalloplasty surgeries to reconstruct the penis. Despite these efforts, the psychological trauma persisted. David's brother Brian died of a drug overdose in 2002, and David took his own life on May 4, 2004 at age 38. This is the father of the transgender movement. The experiment was an abject failure. It proved that you cannot, through nurture and through intervention, change the gender of a person. And yet, despite all of these issues, it continued. They do this to this day, based on this research. This research is still the driving factor behind almost the entirety of the trans movement. This is what I mean when I tell you the left is evil. Because no one believes shit like this with these kinds of outcomes and funnily enough, not realizing how wrong it is, right? Even with all of the overwhelming evidence, you still go, no, it's fine. It's fine. No worries. To make a name for themselves in the medical field and not caring about the damage they may do. Johnny, but you know how evil this man is just purely based on the fact that despite David being the opposite of what we would call well-adjusted, right? We have a young man here that is struggling profusely with suicidal thoughts, suicidal depression, wanting to end his own life. And this doctor, despite all of this, in his official notes, claims massive success, guys. We have convinced David that David is Brenda, and Brenda is a happy girl. Nothing to see here. And you're like, hold up. So in other words, you were never interested in actually doing an experiment. You were never interested in actually testing your theory. You already accepted your theory as truth. You just needed a test subject to prove that your theory is true. And despite what the evidence showed, your theory was true. You know, there's nothing to see here. Delta, how you doing, bro? So the problem with the suicide rate in trans individuals is that it's almost always overlooked that when trans people transition, the suicide rate doesn't get better. So that creates a problem. Okay, if the answer was surgery and medical intervention, then we would see a profound change in the suicide rates of trans-identified individuals. They would suddenly be happy, well-adjusted, and now living the way that they are. The issue is that we don't see that. We see that prior to transitioning, the suicide rate is about 50%. After transition, the suicide rate is 50%. So it suggests that there is at least 50% of trans people out there for whom medical transitioning is not the answer. It's not the treatment. It will not save them. So now the question becomes, and by the way, I'm fully aware that there are outliers, that there are people who, like Blair White, for example. Blair White has firmly said that he's happy with who he is, right? He's very happy that he went through the transition. He's very happy to live his life the way that he is living it now as a woman. And that's it, right? That's the end of the discussion. But that's not true for 50% of trans people. At least for 50% of trans people. That isn't true. And we don't even know what the actual statistics are in terms of actual struggles with, shall we say, adaptation. Because we just know that the suicide rate is 50%. But what percentage of people who transition are never actually happy? So just continue to be depressed, but at least manageable with medication. So if we give them antidepressants, they'll at least manage their depression. So in other words, even there, the medical transition didn't fix anything. It at least, it was a medical procedure, but now they still need the antidepressants in order to survive, in order to deal. So that would probably put the percentage of actual failed medical intervention most likely higher even. More band-aids and ignoring the cancer underneath. There also just wants to fit in. I think that was the idea. Yeah, I think the reason Blair is a success story is that Blair never wanted to change the world. Right? So Blair didn't view the transition as a way to change the world. It was just a way to at least fit into the world in whatever Blair saw in his head as what he thinks he should be. And I'll be honest, in that, you do almost have this sense that, you know, you want to respect that person because they have respect for the world around them. So, you know, there is this sort of thing of you look at someone like Blair and you kind of do want to go, you know, well, I'll call Blair she, because Blair isn't trying to change the world, just merely trying to survive in it, which means, you know, you're showing respect for the world. I'm willing to show respect for you. The issue with that is I don't know if it's doing any favors. I don't think you're doing anyone a favor by playing into the illusion, so to speak. And I'm not entirely sure that we spoke about this yesterday. It is not love when you're telling someone it's fine to be the way that they are, when the way that they are is going to lead to death. Right? That's not love. That's not you being a good person. And so the question would be, in confirming the sort of proposed reality of even someone like Blair, are you actually helping, or are you making matters worse, or at least just not providing the help that is required? I genuinely don't know what the answer is there. Testosterone, estrogen. Altavos, wait, how do you mean? How you doing, by the way, bro? They didn't like themselves before, and it was just mental issues already present. Then the radical change didn't fix it because the illness was still there. Oh yeah, true. You know, I think the issue is, like with almost everything in the modern era, we want to come up with easy solutions to very difficult problems. So we want to sort of we want to band-aid the problem as quickly as possible so we can say, see, fixed. Instead of acknowledging that, hold up, not fixed. Not fixed. Those suicide rates do not speak of fixed. We need to keep going. We need to figure out what the hell is going on here. How can we stop young people from killing themselves because they happen to think they're one way instead of what they were born as? We need to look at this. And I'll say this reluctantly. I think it's wrong, and I don't think you should do it. But if you're 18 years of age and you've tried every other possible treatment and you still feel like you need to medically transition, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to go, no, even then, screw you, you'll live as a guy, that's it. It's not my place. You're an adult, you're allowed to make your own mistakes, right? That's your life. And I'll even support your right to do that if you're an adult and you make those mistakes for yourself. But then also you pay for it. Don't make taxpayers pay for this shit. This is your choice, your life. Live it the way that you want, but pay for it yourself, right? I think it's hard, right? It's a super hard problem. I don't know what the solution is, really. Which blows my mind. Otherwise, you're not wrong. Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? Oh yeah, Foul Smoke. But I mean, someone like Blair White acknowledges this even. You know, I watched the video where the guy asked Blair, do you view yourself as a woman? And Blair was like, no. Because Blair doesn't think that trans women should be a category of women. Blair actually thinks that trans should be a category of men. So you are a different kind of man, but you're definitely not a woman. Right? And there, I sort of actually go, I kind of maybe agree with that. And then if you want to say trans woman, I'm not really going to bicker over it because it is just a word. It doesn't really bother me. But I do think that's probably a more realistic categorization of what it actually is. Video from Lotus Eaters, title is whatever. There's a lot about role of Christianity in modern world. I enjoyed listening earlier today. We'll give it a listen in a second, Tekla. right? My main issue with this topic is when it's pushed on non-adults in a subtle way. In my opinion, that's extremely insidious and devilish. Oh yeah, what it was. My opinion will never change. Leave the kids alone. That is my opinion on all things. Children should have the biggest issue in their lives be what game to play during break. That should be the biggest issue in a child's life. Break time is coming up. We have nap time now. Then we have break time. What game are we going to be playing? Is it going to be tag? Is it going to be werewolf? That's a game that we invented, so I don't think you guys would even know what werewolf is. But think of it as a type of merger between hide and seek and tag. Like, what game is it going to be? Let's play a game. That should be the biggest issue that kids face. And when you get to like 12, 13, your biggest issue should be, am I kissing her? Am I not kissing her? Are we going to hold hands? Are we not going to hold hands? Am I going to give her a little piece of paper asking her, will you be my girlfriend, with 2 boxes that say yes and no, and she has to tick one? That's what it sort of was at the age of 13, 14, thereabouts, right? And then when you get a little bit older, now you're no longer, now you're dating. You're no longer like just sort of playfully dating. And then you're thinking, am I going to hold her hand? Are we going to kiss? I don't know. Are we going to go to the movies? That sort of thing. That should be the things that kids deal with. When you get to the age of 18, now you can maybe make bigger decisions for yourself because you're an adult now. You're legally allowed to sign things. So now, if you want to make a decision, go for it, but not prior to this. We used to play rugby. Well, actually, we used to play either touch rugby or we would play cricket, depending on the season. So if it was cricket season, which is summer months, we would play cricket during break. If it was rugby season, winter months, we would play rugby, but touch rugby. So touch rugby, you just need to touch the guy and then the ball's yours. Right? So in normal rugby, you have to tackle each other, but here you just touch them and then the ball swap sides. So that used to be our game. I want to show you guys another thing. Now, this is actually, I think, one of the more difficult conversations that we in the modern era have. This is a teacher, married teacher, who allegedly had a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old boy in her class. The reason I say this is a very difficult conversation to have, and a conversation that most of us really struggle to have, is most men remember being 15. And when you're 15, almost every boy has one teacher in their school that they crush on. Like, there's like one teacher. And I remember this. I was 15 once. We would talk amongst us about if this teacher would let me, boy, oh boy, would it be over, right? So as a 15-year-old boy, your hormones are raging. You're thinking, let's go. I'm ready for this. In my school, it was the math teacher. Her name was Mrs. Sprite. She was hot as hell. And every boy in school wanted to get with this teacher. Every single boy. I remember she would walk down the halls and every boy would sort of look and stare. It was just what it was, right? So when a guy sees something like this, they see this teacher, their immediate response is almost like, legend. Well done, bro. Well done. I get that girls don't necessarily feel this exact same thing, but for guys, it is sort of this, bro, this man lived the dream. But here's where it changes. Because even though young boys, and this sort of ties into our previous conversation, even though young boys would love nothing more than to hook up with their favorite teacher, We trust the adult in the room to understand the severe damage that causes. Because you think, as a boy, hopped up on all your hormones, man, I cannot think of a single reason this would be bad. Except, we know it's bad. We know, because we know what happens to adults later in life that went through this. We know that there is a complete maladjustment that happens. The boy doesn't grow up to be a well-adjusted man. The boy grows up with severe issues in terms of what the power balance between men and women need to be, what my position in society needs to be. So it has massive, massive repercussions on this young boy. So even though, and this is again why we don't let kids make decisions that will ruin their lives, because there's not a single 15-year-old boy that will say to the teacher, I don't think we should be doing this. Not a single 15-year-old boy is going to be saying that. So we trust the teacher to be the one to say no. What's interesting to me is that this seems to be a growing problem. Almost every month, I see a new post of a new female teacher that's been caught having sex with her students. This problem appears to be growing exponentially. And there's a couple of reasons, I think, why this is happening. The first is we're finally, I think, starting to see the end result of the sexual revolution, which effectively told women that your sex can be wielded the same way a man's sex can be wielded, with one big issue. The reason we never put that much strain on men's sexual lives was because a man isn't really in control of his own sexual life. When you think about it, you as a man might go out tonight and think, man, I would love to have sex. Focus on the wording. I would love to have sex. If someone will let me. Because ultimately, as a man, the only way you get sex is if a girl lets you have sex with her. You're not the one driving that relationship. She is. Women don't have the same problem. And that's why historically we've put a lot more emphasis on female sexuality. Saying to them, you need to keep your shit intact, because we knew by doing that, we're controlling both. Men are under control because girls won't just give it away, and women are under control because they don't want to be, miss out on marriage. They don't want to miss out on what life is all about. So I think we're seeing the end of that. So the end result of that. And then there's another one. And for this, I'm going to show you this video. See if you can figure out what is the biggest problem in this video.
You don't have anything on you? You can just grab whatever you need.
Whatever I need?
Yeah, whatever you need, like your phone, your purse, go ahead and grab it.
Is she going somewhere? Or?
Yeah, we're going to explain everything to you guys, so go ahead and turn around for me.
Excuse me, is my husband coming with?
Yes, yeah, he's taking his phone number down. We're staying in touch with him. We're just going to Downers Grove, so 10 minutes away.
No, I know, but I really would prefer that my husband's with me.
Of course.
Am I in trouble? Like, I'm so lost right now.
Sure you don't want a tissue or something?
I'm feeling I'm gonna throw up.
You want a bag?
Yes, please.
All right.
Oh my god.
Now, the problem here is, and this is the second end result we're now dealing with. For the last 20, maybe even 30 years, we have constructed a society where women can do no wrong. Whatever mistake a woman makes, there is a way for her to completely get away from the consequences of said mistake. We've labeled it my body, my choice, right? We've said to women, do whatever you want. There are no consequences for anything. You're a big, strong, independent woman. You can live your life in whichever way you choose. And if something goes wrong, just blame men. Just blame the men. It is their problem. They're the reason for all of your struggles. They're the reason for all of your problems. Look at this woman during this entire thing. She's absolutely baffled by the consequences of her own actions. She genuinely doesn't understand why she has to go through this. Because she's never had to stand trial for her own actions. Her own actions has never got her into trouble, because every single time her actions were supposed to get her into trouble, she was excused from those troubles, right? She was excused to walk away and go do something else while mommy and daddy figure out the problem. If something goes wrong, if the boys are doing something, it's the boys. It's their fault. Blame it on them. And here, for the first time, she is now dealing with a very harsh consequence. She's most likely going to spend the next 10 to 15 years in prison, and after that, she will be on the sex register, the sex offenders register, for the rest of her life. So her life is over. There's a good chance that once her husband finds out what she's there for, he leaves her immediately, because why would he be married to her? Fundamentally, she's just ruined her entire life. And the reason she's done that is because she was raised in a society that told her you can do no wrong. Go out there and slay, queen. Absolutely do what you want. So when people ask, why shouldn't we allow abortion? Don't fall for the nonsense that my body, my choice. How dare you think you can make decisions for my body? I'm not making decisions for your body. I'm denying you the ability to run away from the consequences of your actions. You had a choice. You had multiple choices. If you get pregnant in 2025, it's because you are not being responsible. There are so many different ways to ensure that you cannot get pregnant. The most extreme one, but maybe the best one, is to just not have sex. That's a nice way of not getting pregnant. There's more. There's condoms, there's the pill, there's the morning after pill. There are a myriad of ways in which you can escape getting pregnant. If all of those ways fail because you just don't apply them, you don't then get to run away from those consequences and claim that your body, your choice. Yeah, you did have your choice. You didn't make the right choices. Now you're going to deal with the consequences of those choices. Remember what we spoke about a few days ago, where I told you I don't think we're doing the right thing by helping poor people, by giving them government grants and government checks. Not because I don't think poor people should be helped, but because I don't actually think it helps. I think you're removing these people's ability to find purpose in their lives. You're removing them from society and basically creating a permanent underclass within society. That's the issue. You're creating permanent slaves to the system, because once you're in the system, you don't get out. And I think this is a similar problem. So even remove the fact that it's murder, the fact that you're killing human beings, remove all of that. You're not helping by allowing people to run away from the consequences of their own action. And this is what ends up happening. The end result of the sexual revolution and the end result of women not being taught that there are consequences to your actions. It's sad, and genuinely, my heart breaks for this woman. I know it's weird, because she broke the law. She is the predator in this case. But my heart does break for her, because she truly is a victim of a system where this was inevitable. This was always going to happen. It was never not going to be this way. And unless we stop this, I predict it's going to get a hell of a lot worse. Anyway, I wanted to show you guys this because it was, when I saw this on my feed, it was like, holy crap. Oh, Seven, I'm not holding her harmless. She absolutely perpetrated the crime, and for that, she needs to be punished. I'm just saying the reason this crime was perpetrated in the first place is because of a society that was constructed in such a way that she never has to deal with her own actions, with the consequences of her actions. And so she doesn't understand why it has to happen now, you know? Why can't she just, you know, also my body, my choice her way out of this problem? My grandmother said to me once, all the freedom these girls have nowadays, what happened to consequences to your actions, like having 13 kids, if you want to be a harlot? Your grandmother is based, bro. She will now be known as a kid diddler. Of course, it's going to get worse. Also not going to stop abortions. They're just going to create back alley abortions like they had in the 70s before Roe versus Wade. So Drakestar, my argument... So the problem that I have with arguments like, oh, but if you don't make abortion legal, you're effectively just incentivizing back alley abortions. That's not really an argument to me. Because if I follow that argument and I use it in every other facet of life, we get to the same problem. Because then I could say to you, well, why do we make stealing illegal? Because people are just going to steal behind the police's back. But they're still going to steal. So really we should make theft legal. Or why are we making murder illegal? People are just going to murder people where no one can see. So really we should just make it legal. So from my perspective, the idea that, oh, you know, if you make it illegal for women to get abortions, they're just going to have more unsafe abortions. I'm like, well, yeah. I think if you're going to kill your child, you should do it in the most dangerous possible way for yourself. You know, risk it for the biscuit. You want to kill your child? Go for it. You might die as a result of this. If you're willing to take those consequences, I think that's a fair trade because you are about to kill another human being. So it's only fair that you wager your own life on this little game. I think that's perfectly fair. I don't find a single problem with that. My goal is not to make abortions as safe as possible for women who want to kill their children. My goal is to let fewer children die. And it's absolutely true that if you make abortion illegal, most kids that nowadays get aborted will not be aborted. Because most women will not be willing to take the risk. She'll accept the consequences of her actions. And she'll deal with it. Because that's what you have to do. Most people aren't going to go to a back alley dealer to get a quick abortion. Tandem with abortions? Oh, yeah. I mean, the baby sacrifice, the Moloch stuff, I've seen that before as well. It's crazy, the connection. Travel out of state to get safe abortions. So, Mason, in this instance, I do actually believe that abortion should be federally banned. I'm not a huge fan of federal anything because I think the states should be in charge of what they want and what they want to do. But fundamentally, we're talking about the protection of children, helpless kids that can't stand up for themselves. Here, I think it is the moral good of the government. You know, if government is going to do anything, I think we can all agree that government should do things that are morally good. And I think if the government is protecting unborn children from being murdered, that is a moral good, in my opinion. I'm vaping Mango Slick. Any other way of saying it is a euphemism. Real Mark, true. 100% true. In the 20th century, they were planning to make people sterile if they went on welfare, and in the Middle Ages, it was the church living at the monastery as a monk or nun So historically, living on the state or church was giving up reproduction to avoid creating a permanent underclass. Alistar, I wouldn't say necessarily that it was to avoid creating a permanent underclass, because historically, so I'm talking even here in South Africa. So you're in South Africa, and I think this is why oftentimes a lot of people should look more closely at South Africa to realize the difference between state intervention and charitable intervention. So because in South Africa, if you're not the right skin color, the government will not help you. Because remember, all government social programs have attached to it previously disadvantaged. So if you're not a previously disadvantaged person, the government's programs do not apply to you. So fundamentally, what ends up happening is you have a lot of very poor people that are struggling that cannot get help from the government, even if they so chose. So what happens there is the church helps. You have charities that literally operate purely on this basis of helping the poor. Soup kitchens and places for them to get food and housing and beds and all the rest of it. There is a system in place devoid of government intervention because the government will not intervene in these people's lives. So there you can have the argument that there should be charities, there should be churches. I mean, one of the reasons churches are listed as charities is because one of the functions of a church is to help the poor. This is what a lot of mega churches in America don't do anymore. You look at someone like Joel Osteen's church, or you look at some of the mega evangelical churches in America, they're all gaining the benefits of being listed as charity organizations. In other words, they don't have to do anything, right? They don't have to pay taxes. But they're escaping the reason churches were made charity organizations in the first place. The first is church is not supposed to be a profitable business. You're not supposed to turn a profit owning a church. If you are the pastor of a church, and I look, for example, at my church's financial statements, because I'm in a Baptist church, and in Baptist churches we have a quarterly meeting with all the members in the church, where they show you the budget, they show you all the money that they got versus all the money that they spend. It is very rare that the church has a positive spending budget. So where the church made more money than what it spent. Almost always, the church is at a deficit. Now, the reason the church can operate on this deficit and not go bankrupt is, again, because of wealthy people that sort of donate the difference. So when they see that the church is sort of struggling to pay all of its bills or whatever, they'll give. But my church does is they do church plants and they help the poor. So a lot of our money goes for new and struggling churches that's open up around us. A lot of our money gets sent to these churches, and then a big portion of the money also goes into the poor to help the poor people, to buy food and all the rest of it. So that's what a church is supposed to be. Yeah, Kenneth Copeland, Joel Osteen, that other woman, Joyce Meyer, all of these mega churches. My grandmother had an abortion, mostly back in 1945. Her husband beat the living crap out of her, and she was getting a divorce. She did abort my uncle, but not my mom. So my mom was a depressed surviving twin her whole life. She later said it was the worst decision of her life. She never should have tried aborting because my mom was the light of her life and the only reason she kept living. Larry Graham had a horrible young life. So my personal opinion is that everything in this world happens for the glory of God. Every single thing. Even bad stuff, God uses to his own glory. So in my personal opinion, if you did go through a horrible pregnancy or whatever, the outcome of that will be positive if you trust in God, right? So there's going to be glory there. There's going to be happiness there. There's going to be a reason for those things happening. That's my personal opinion on it. I realize if you're not a Christian, you don't have that opinion. And that's fine. You don't have to have that opinion. but I've heard so many stories. We have one couple in church who their son he's Down syndrome, right? And they found out that he's a Down syndrome baby pretty early on. I think like 3 or 4 months into the pregnancy. And the doctors were all pushing them to get an abortion, saying to them, listen here, his life's going to be very difficult. They don't live very long. It's probably best just to end this pregnancy now. And they ultimately said no, because they're Christian. They don't believe in that. Today, both those parents say he is absolutely the light of their world. It was the best decision of their lives to keep him, because he's so friendly, so loving. Like, even at the church, that little guy, he hugs everyone. Like, every Sunday he walks into church, he's hugging everyone. He's just friendly and talking to everyone and hanging out. Such a nice guy, right? Such a nice little boy. And his parents are glad that they kept him. So I personally think you should just trust that things will work out for the best. The only with 2 languages national anthem. We don't have 2, it's 4, Jean. So the South African national anthem is 4 languages. So you have Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. Wenu pakamisu punduwayo. Iso iwitanda soyetu. Nkosi Sikelel'. Don't know all the words. Ina lusapuwayo. When ubuluke se chabasa Yesu ufedisu dintele machweyehu. So the first part is Sepedi, I think. The second part is Zulu, I think. That part that I just that was Zulu, I think. Where you usubeluke o se chabasa Yesu se chabasa. South Africa, South Africa. 80 blow van onze hemel. That's Afrikaans. 80 diepte van ons zeer. Waar is eeuwige gebergtes voor die kranse antwoord gee. Sounds the call to come together and united we will stand. So that's the English part. So it's 4 languages in one anthem. And it's the first part is a prayer, and the second part is the old anthem that they just adopted the latter half of it into English. Is Zimba means power again? I have no idea. So I really don't speak any of the African languages. I speak Afrikaans and English. So if you want to ask me about like any of the other 9 official languages, I cannot help you. Actually, I should say, 10, because South Africa has 12 official languages. Sign language is the 12th. That was adopted maybe 5 years ago or something. They adopted sign language as an official language also here in South Africa. What is this? Hold up. Payman's English VA crashes out. Oh, another voice actor.
Okay, here's the thing. If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters. That's it. And YouTubers don't know anything. YouTubers don't know anything.
To be fair, no, your opinion doesn't matter. The opinion that matters is that of gamers, because they're the ones buying the game. The customer is always right. I know this is something that's very hard in the 21st century to believe, and most people don't understand what that means. But here's why the customer is always right. If the customer isn't happy with the product that you're providing, the customer will not purchase said product or will not support your service or place of business. Without customers, places of business close down, products die, and no one buys the game. So the only people that matter here would be the customers. The YouTubers know everything. Why do they know everything? Because the people trust the YouTubers. When the YouTubers say something, even if it's not correct, it's what the people believe, because it's what the people believe because they listen to the YouTubers that make the statements. Most YouTubers also don't just speak out of their ass, lady. Most of us do a hell of a lot of research before we actually put out our own opinions on something. We don't just speak from a place of ignorance. Unlike you, who clearly don't understand how this entire game is supposed to be played, or even what your role in all of this is. I will remind you that you are a voice actor. Your job is to bring life to the games that we play, and that really is the end of it. That's it. That's your only job. You're not famous. No one really cares about you. You're insignificant to my life. Like, your existence and your continued existence means absolutely nothing to me. You being the voice actor in my next favorite game, or them choosing literally one of 1,000 others, has no bearing on my enjoyment of that game. You might be a great voice actor, but guess what? You're not the only one. There's plenty of them. So if they don't want to use you and they use someone else that's just as good or better, I'm still happy. I'm getting a game. There's voice acting in it. I couldn't give two craps. So you going union or not going union, my only question is, does it make my game better or does it make my game worse? If your unionization, which usually is what unions do, they make everything worse, makes my game worse, I don't want you to unionize. And guess what? Since I'm the customer and you need my money in order to continue to work, I'm going to go ahead and say, don't unionize, because it's my money, my choice.
They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know anything about.
It's not hard to know your industry, lady. What the hell are you talking about? You get a script, you learn the script, you go into a recording studio, and you record the script. What's to know? You're not a rocket scientist, lady. You're not dealing with some hyper-technical bullshit. I studied acting. Part of acting was voice acting, so I do know what I'm talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. I studied this at university. So I know what this is. It's literally that. Some guy much smarter than you, although these days that might even be debatable. You might be both dumb as a rock. But usually some guy smarter than you hands you a script. You had nothing to do with that script, by the way. Most of the time, you probably don't even know what the words mean on that script. Your only role is, there's the character breakdown. That's usually at the first page. There's a character breakdown. Tells you exactly what the character looks like, the kind of person that the character should be, and then you create this character around, you create a voice around this character. Once you have that voice, you go in, you record, and then you leave. So what did I miss? Nothing, because you're not important. It's funny how some of the most insignificant people try to pretend like they're more significant than what they actually are. You're just a cog in the wheel, mate, lady. You're not important.
About SAG, they don't know anything about being a non-union actor either. Stop telling me to go to liars. Liars. They are paid to lie to you.
So are you. You're an actor. By its very definition, you say shit that isn't true. Pot, kettle, black.
Also, I'm sorry. They have more incentive to lie. They have more of an incentive to lie because idiots like you fall for their shit and they get paid for that.
That's a false equivalency. You have more incentive to lie because you desperately want to be unionized. And there's a reason for it. I don't know who you are, which is already posing a significant problem here. It means that you're not a very successful voice actor. You see, the reason unsuccessful voice actors want to force unionization is it usually means that the less successful ones get paid a hell of a lot more, while the successful ones get paid a hell of a lot less. Because that's how unions operate. They tend to operate on flat rates because, well, it's communism, right? So why not? So ultimately, you're asking for this union thing. So your incentive is you're going to be able to at least afford to live in a proper house. So you genuinely want to... You have every incentive to lie. YouTubers don't have an incentive to lie. They have an incentive to create content. The content can be positive and honest. It can also be negative and lies. Really depends. It genuinely depends on what the YouTuber wants to do. But you can make a lot of money by just being honest as well. Fundamentally, you just need to be entertaining in how you deliver the information, and then it all works. So there's no evidence that you need to lie in order to push this. Alistar, is it F? Is the stream down? Is anyone else having problems with the stream? No worries, E-Vengeance. I appreciate it, man. Oh, okay, so it's fine. Okay, good. Accidentally. Oh, okay, cool.
Hello?
Hello?
God forbid. I want my industry to actually, like, I don't know, function.
Your industry functions already. You are the one struggling because you have a very annoying voice.
And that everybody gets paid and everybody gets, like, healthcare. Did you know that, like, once things become union, people get paid a lot more? So people...
No, that's not true. Once people become union, it's not true that people get paid a lot more. In fact, the evidence suggests that non-unionized workers oftentimes get paid a hell of a lot more than the unionized ones. But you see, this is again that little incentive thing we were talking about earlier. I would argue that you are very much not the most successful VA in the world, and you will absolutely be doing better. That's super true. You, on the bottom of the totem pole, you'll get a lot more money. But you will, the people who are successful that actually make a good career out of this, yeah, they're losing a lot of money. Also, just a quick question, healthcare, why? Why can't you just get your own healthcare? If you're a good enough voice actor, you are making enough money to afford your own healthcare. This should not be a problem for you.
Are like, oh, but, you know, then some non-union actors will have to join the union. Yeah, they'll be able to, easily, because...
Okay, so that's a lie. A little twist to the actual truth there. It's not that they'll be able to. It's that your union will force them to join. Because that's the whole point of what unions do. This is what unions are about. Once they have enough voice actors on their side, they will put pressure on the studios and basically threaten the studios with mass striking action if they employ anyone that isn't unionized. So not they'll be able to, they'll be forced to join. That's a big difference, you communist scumbag.
They'll get paid more. Also, there are options that the union has to help pay for those things. There are options to help people pay for the union dues within SAG, but you don't know that.
No, you don't know that. There are options. The options are that all of the successful voice actors have to pay more so that you, the unsuccessful voice actors, can get your benefits. Because that's how unions operate. Take from those who are successful, give to those who are unsuccessful, and the union ultimately doesn't care because the union gets money. That's all the union actually gives a shit about. I want to make as much money as possible. So by getting more members, whether they're good members, bad members, or just sort of random members, it doesn't matter. I'm getting money because every job they do is a job that I get paid for. So yeah, you're not convincing me, lady.
Oh my god, it's almost like you're not an actor. It's almost like you're not a voice actor.
Oh my god, it's almost it's so easy to be an actor. Most people don't even have to study for it. All you have to do is be born with a talent that allows you to become other characters. In fact, some Hollywood actors don't even have that talent. They're still actors, though. So what do you mean? This lady genuinely acts as if being an actor is some kind of super difficult. It's like, this is almost like engineering. It's like space engineering. You wouldn't even understand it. The math is insane. Can you even imagine? Tidia, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. You are the most cultured and smartest guy doing this kind of content. Since you don't dumb things down, wish more people would listen to you. Tidia, I still appreciate all of you being here and listening and hanging out. So thank you so much for that. Take care of yourself, sir. Not even the talent. It's just being born with the looks and voice a director wants for their creation. So good voice actors do have a shit ton of talent. Right? Voice acting is actually quite hard. I remember doing it in my second and my third year. It really is quite hard because you don't have the body action to help guide your voice. You have to create all of that action basically in your head and then add the intensity to your voice dependent on what the action would be. So voice acting is actually, to be very good at it, is very hard. But you can even have someone that's mildly good at it deliver a decent performance in voice acting. It's not the actual hardest thing in the world. But that's true for acting as well. It's not the hardest thing in the world. Most people would be able to do it with a little bit of training.
And neither are these YouTubers. But bottom line is that both non-union actors and union actors in a video game want it to go union and have wanted it to go union for a long time.
Yeah, again, we're back to the first point. It has nothing to do with what you want. It has everything to do with what we want. We, as gamers, don't want unions in our video games. And so we will decide what to support and what not to support. As simple as that. So I wonder what would happen if all of you go union and then gamers decide to never again support a game that uses the union. What will you do then? Now, you're lucky insofar as most people don't have that level of resolve, myself included, right? But if that were to happen, that would be the funniest timeline ever. All of these actors go union and suddenly no one plays their games. And they're out of work very, very quickly. I would love that.
So nobody else's opinion that is super fucking wrong anyway matters.
Yeah, your opinion is wrong and your opinion doesn't matter. What is this? Well, why is this lady here thinking that she can speak to me in this way? Like, I don't understand what makes her think she has the right to speak to me in this tone. She needs to lower her tone by a lot before she speaks to me again. Is birthed by and raised by flies. She kind of has features typical with fetal alcohol syndrome. Maybe we shouldn't be so mean. Give me a link to the Nintendo Direct, please. Yara, you and I will have our conversations about unions at some point then. Now that I know you're pro-union, there's a conversation about to happen about this. I just want to be clear, I don't know why I'm watching this. I don't know why I'm watching this, mainly because I don't play Nintendo games. I've never owned a Switch or any Nintendo thing ever. But, you know, here we are. I'm watching the Nintendo Switch stuff.
Let's go!
Isn't, like, this racing thing something they've been doing for years now? Is this new? I feel like I've seen this Mario Kart stuff before. When is Nintendo gonna come up with an original idea? I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I'm sure many people love Mario Kart. But the last time Nintendo has innovated on anything was Palworld, and that wasn't even Nintendo. Mario Kart World.
Hello everyone, I'm Koichi Kawamoto, and I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct. I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
I'm Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2.
And I'm Tetsuya Sasaki, the hardware design lead for Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh?
What you just saw was Mario Kart World, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2.
Of course.
Now, what do you think this brand new Mario Kart game will be like?
Like every other Mario Kart game?
A brand new entry in the Mario Kart series is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Welcome to this vast world. Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe. Depending on the time of day and weather conditions, the atmosphere will change.
To be fair, I can see this being fun. Racing games like this is usually quite fun.
You can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world.
Interesting.
In the Classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses in a bid for first place. But don't sleep at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition. With 24 drivers in each race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up. Introducing...
Yeah, it seems like it's open worlds.
Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another. There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint, you'll be eliminated.
So I'm assuming it's PvP.
You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam. By going off-road, you can explore new areas and routes. So drive wherever your heart takes you. You can also go for scenic drives with friends. And even take photos together at different locations.
Okay. I mean, you gotta hand it to Nintendo, though.
Brand new race across the entire
Basically, never innovating on anything and still being super successful.
The game launches
That's good, man.
as Nintendo Switch 2.
Cool.
More details about this title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the lookout for more information in the future.
Mario Kart World launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. We'll share more details in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Next, we'd like to introduce some of the new features of Nintendo Switch 2. These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for Switch 2.
Isn't that just the same as the old ones?
And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button.
Oh, wow.
Let's take a look at some
Such
new
innovation.
experiences it offers.
There's a C button now, boys.
I'm still ahead of all of you guys. Woo!
What does this mean?
That was you. So quick.
Oh, is the C button push to talk?
Nix, I'm coming for you.
Come on, no.
Introducing Game Chat, a new feature for Nintendo Switch 2.
It's... Oh, wow. Wait, that's Discord. They're using the Discord overlay effectively.
With this feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
You mean like on Discord? And the C button is what? Push to talk.
While using the Game Chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Oh, okay. But you're still behind me, right? All right, let's keep going. Okay.
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
Look at this. Jump on here. All right, let's keep going. Let's make a left right here.
When it's noisy around you, your voice will still come through clearly, letting you chat with ease.
How did you get hit by a bow?
That is quite cool. The software...
And you can use
The software there should be quite good then.
letting you easily chat with friends and family. If you open the chat
Sweet. They literally just copied Discord here.
There we go.
you can also share your game screen.
Did you see someone just like go on top of that dinosaur?
Really?
They can do that?
They can do it? You guys, I just did it.
Oh, I want to do it too.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, he's trying to eat me.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, no.
Yay!
Okay.
Wait, the quality is definitely not 60 FPS.
Even while playing different games.
The quality is more like 30 FPS, maybe 25. Like, look at that.
In the sky right here. I fell. I'm falling. Okay, we got it. We're safe.
Kirby, look, you're on a star. That's so cute. So cute.
You can adjust the size of your game screen.
Uh-huh.
Guys, I'm lost. Like,
where'd you go?
Or expand another friend's game screen.
Yeah, so it's not happening in 60 FPS. Look at that.
It's just like the wall. Like if she gets past the wall.
this is where I have to do a little wall ride.
Okay.
So everyone can watch them play.
Oh, I think I know where you are. Wait.
Okay, I think we have to try.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Let's take a picture here.
Okay, are you ready?
Smile.
Yay.
Oh, yo, that's sick.
I like your pose, Nix.
On the right Joy-Con 2 controller, there's an additional button. With the C button, you can pull up a chat menu.
Oh, dang.
Oh, really? Wait, actually, guys, I got a call coming right now, so I'll be right back, yeah?
Okay, for sure.
Here, you can quickly and easily mute yourself and more. And there's this.
Oh, man. Now there's a camera as well?
Connecting this camera to the system.
Hey!
Hey, what's up?
Oh, bro. They're really building their own stream system
You can appear on
without OBS or anything.
while playing a game. Your face is
Okay.
Wait, Nick, how was your test yesterday?
It was good.
No.
Here's how it looks with just the camera feed.
I'm way behind, guys.
There you go. I bet you like
Can you wait for me?
Who would want
Look forward
this?
to games which use your camera feed like this.
Oh, okay.
No, wait.
good.
Go
That
left,
looks
go
good.
left. Left,
Oh,
left.
I'll let you
If I
fix
go a
it.
little more this way.
Using Game Chat. Even when you're apart, you can play games and hang out as if you were together in the same room. Play
And Switch
together
2, but a bit later. I'm not getting a Switch 2.
Chat while playing your personal favorites. Decide your own rules for a retro game competition. Or hold a sports competition between families. All together, anytime, anywhere. Game Chat.
What did you think? In developing
I think their focus
our goal
is
was for you to enjoy playing online with others more closely.
their focus has always been the same as Apple's. All of this, you might be asking who asked for this. The answer is the suits. Nintendo's entire process has always been a closed ecosystem where everything happens inside Nintendo's ecosystem. Because if you can get that right, if you can get to a place where in order to stream on the Nintendo to Twitch, you need to use Nintendo software and you need to use everything Nintendo. That basically locks you into that ecosystem forever. There's no way of getting out of it. I don't know if you guys saw Linus Tech Tips did this thing with a bunch of his employees where he gave Apple users Android phones so that they could use that for a month to try and figure out if they would actually switch. 2 of the 3 employees refused to switch, not because the Android phones weren't better. Both of them said the Android phone is better, much cooler, much better design, loved what it did. The reason they didn't switch is because of that ecosystem. Because they have other Apple products, it's too hard to get the Android stuff to work with it. So that's all Nintendo is doing here. They're building an ecosystem that forces people to not go outside their system and just use their system instead.
Including family and friends. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place. The camera you saw in the trailer is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, which will be available on the same day as Switch 2.
Isn't the Switch a handheld? What am I missing? Or is the handheld can also be a console?
However, since we'd like as many people as possible to experience Game Chat, it will be available without a membership for a limited time.
What?
I hope you'll try it out.
Oh, wow. Just some extra money. You bought this, now pay us more.
The Nintendo Switch
console tax, man.
And different settings can be adjusted. For example, whether parental permission is always required when a child wants to use Game Chat to play with their friends.
This is good, actually.
We'd like to introduce another new experience you can share with family and friends. On Nintendo Switch, even if you just have one game, you can pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend and play together. But on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play together locally on multiple systems using just one game, with GameShare. As shown here, even games that require multiple screens can be played if one person owns a compatible game. With GameShare, you can temporarily share compatible games with others.
Oh, I heard of this. Rurikon told me of this.
A Nintendo Switch system. You can share a game with up to 3 other systems at a time. GameShare also supports online play with other Switch 2 systems.
That's actually cool, by the way.
Game Chat, which we showed earlier. GameShare can only be used with compatible games. This feature is planned for several titles, starting with a free update for Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics on Nintendo Switch. GameShare support is also planned for select games exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2, so we hope you'll look forward to it.
Up next, we'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 system itself.
Please take a look.
The acting is insane.
At 7.9 inches, Switch 2 has a bigger built-in screen. Here's how that compares to Nintendo Switch. The system's thickness remains the same. With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
That's good innovation. It's not bad. Smooth gameplay, up to 120 FPS. Wow, okay.
The screen supports up to 120 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles.
Yeah, 120 FPS is pretty cool, actually.
Is more vivid and supports HDR, providing more contrast between light and dark areas of the images. The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically. Strong magnets keep the controllers firmly attached to the system. Detach your controller easily by pressing the release button on the back.
That's also not bad, although magnets can sometimes get a bit iffy over time.
The SL and SR buttons are bigger for greater comfort and control when playing with a Joy-Con 2 held horizontally. The left and right sticks are now larger.
Yeah, to be fair, I've never been a fan of mobile phones that sport 1440p or anything of that nature. And the reason for it is on small screens, I don't think it makes that big of a difference. the larger your screen, the larger your resolution needs to become. Because, so for example, I have a 32-inch. If this 32-inch was a 1080p, you'd physically be able to see the different pixels because they're too far apart. But because it's a 1440p, and it should actually be 4K at 32 already, but at least with 1440p, much of it is hidden because there's at least more pixels in the resolution. I don't think on a small handheld, 1440p is going to make that much of a difference. Not really to the point where it will be mega noticeable.
Each Joy-Con 2 controller can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games.
What?
The left and right Joy-Con 2 support mouse controls.
Okay, I guess.
By adjusting the audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes. It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends anytime via game chat.
So I'm not saying, Jordy, that there's zero difference. I'm saying there's zero difference for the average user. The average user on a small screen like that is going to be super happy with 1080p. What is interesting here and what I should note is, and I've been saying this for a while, Switch or Nintendo, I think, has finally recognized what is the true strength of these consoles, these handhelds. They are portable PCs. That's why you have the mouse functionality that's coming out, right? If they now just bring out a keyboard, they're good to go. Like, let's do this. Because I think consoles will be replaced with handheld portable PCs in the very near future.
It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly. Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you. Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand. You can move it freely, like this. In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
Okay.
It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera
yeah, or a charger.
Charging in tabletop mode.
That's actually pretty good. That's well thought out.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage, 8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game
Another
downloads,
big upgrade.
save data, and more. Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games. HDR is also supported in TV mode.
I'm assuming all of this is sold separately. Like, you don't get the dock just as part of your purchase.
The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool. This helps keep performance stable.
Bro. I'm sorry, what? Anyone that knows anything about airflow in a PC will know that this is what cooling. What kind of fan do they have on here? The kind that makes jet flies? Or jets fly? Because this so first and foremost, the air is going to be constricted by only having 4 little slits that it can come through. The air then has to come through, move up, and then through the fan onto the back of the system. This fan is going to have to work overtime to deliver a crappy performance. Why not just put it literally right behind the fan? Just put like a giant hole with like little dots in it, you know, just like a mesh right behind the fan so that the fan can pull air straight through and onto the rest of the system. This is an unnecessary thing. This is going to make getting airflow into the system worse than what it should be. Because there's a giant plastic thing behind that fan that stops the air.
Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as...
And by the way, for those of you who think that this makes no difference, why does it matter? Go watch Gamers Nexus, because they do a lot of these videos on comparing different computer cases and the heat profiles. You know, these computer cases with the solid fronts on them, where they went for look, so they have these solid glass panels on the front of the case. The temperature of your components inside your PC can sometimes be 10 to even 20 degrees hotter in those cases than in a normal open front case, where the air can just move in because of how air moves and how much harder the fans have to work in order to actually get fresh, cool air into the system. So it does make a difference, and especially on such a small form factor where heat is most likely going to be a problem, you're going to be suffering performance issues as a result of it, or at least less performance than what you would be able to get if it was properly cooled.
Compatible Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital games are supported.
That's cool, actually. Making the controller bigger, that's actually cool. I like that.
As you just saw, Nintendo Switch 2 isn't simply an improved Nintendo Switch. We redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new gameplay features.
Yeah, well, it's still just an improvement.
To better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game. Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello. My current location is actually inside the game itself.
Oh?
This is Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, exclusive to
come
Nintendo
on.
Switch 2.
It's bullshit.
I'm standing over here. Okay, everyone, join me inside the game. There are a lot of question mark icons here. Let's examine them. This sign reads, "Where are the magnets?" The Joy-Con 2 controllers attach to the system with magnets. And those magnets are inside the system.
Really?
The SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 are made of metal, so that's how they attach to the system. A magnetic circuit is formed between them, so they won't easily detach.
No, man, come on. Like, are Nintendo people this stupid that they can't figure out a controller?
You can discover all sorts of secrets about Nintendo Switch 2. Another example, the Joy-Con 2 controllers have mouse controls. And when combined with the gyroscopes, you can even do something like this. You can adjust the position of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con 2.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
By combining the mouse controls and gyroscopes, things like this are possible. There are secrets to discover even as you're playing minigames and tech demos. Some of the secrets range from the unique features of the system to tiny details you might not notice until they're pointed out. There are plenty. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. So please check it out if you're interested.
Paid? Come on, man.
I'd like to share some more information regarding Nintendo Switch 2. This is a game card for Nintendo Switch 2 titles. It's the same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards, but it's now red and it has much faster data reading speeds.
Okay.
Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro SD express cards. They're a different type of SD card and will make high-speed data transfers possible. Please note that regular micro SD cards used for Nintendo Switch will not be compatible.
Wow, my... What? Dude, the Nintendo tax is insane.
you can log into your Nintendo account to use the system.
The reason this is so bad is people may have bought the extra ones for the original one that's now completely useless.
We're also releasing a new Pro Controller. It has a C button, which launches Game Chat, and on the back, there are new GL and GR buttons, which you can use to assign existing button controls. In addition, an audio jack has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo
I want to know what
will go live.
Nintendo people are thinking of this.
The developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the
I don't see
development
chat
of
at the
Nintendo
moment.
Switch 2. We hope you'll check that out as well.
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date. Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a bit longer.
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play 3 types of games. The first type is Nintendo Switch 2 games. These games take advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2. The second type is compatible games that were released on Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games are the third type. Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions that offer things like improved visuals, unique ways to play on Switch 2.
And do you have to buy them again?
Now, I'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Super Mario Party Jamboree. Please take a look.
Jules, how you doing, bro?
Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting an upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2. The upgrade expands on the base game and adds new features, including mouse controls, audio recognition, more expressive rumble, and gameplay that uses a camera accessory, all of which can be accessed on Switch 2. Let's check out.
I'm very underwhelmed by all of this. But then again, I've never been a handout guy.
Mario Party mode. With a single camera, up to 4 players can join the festivities. You'll be able to see each other's faces as you play, so you can experience all the reactions and emotions in real time. Or 4 friends can take the party online. Up next, it's Bowser Live, a mode where the livelier team wins. Bowser will bring you on stage 2, hit blocks to collect the most coins, guide an RC car with your voice, go, and compete in other mini-games using full body movement and sound. Finally, take a ride on the mouse-controlled Carnival Coaster. With the safety bar lowered and secured, you're off. Go! Use mouse controls to shoot down enemies while you feel the bumps and rumbles of the coaster. When you enter a pipe, a mini-game will begin. There's a bouldering game where 2 players each control an arm, and one where you shake a can of spray paint and quickly tag objects.
I'm assuming this is for kids, mostly.
Enjoy the thrill of these intuitive mini-games. How quickly can you reach the station? From mini-games that use a camera, the built-in microphone, mouse controls, and rumble, the biggest party yet is getting even bigger.
I can see this as being the sort of thing that you have some time to kill, you're in the mood for some silly gaming, they just go.
On Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th. Nintendo Switch 2 players who already own Super Mario Party Jamboree can upgrade to Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
Oh, man. Oh, dude, thus far, nothing has been given for free. If you bought extra stuff for your Nintendo, all of that goes away because no one gives a shit. If they do upgrades for games on the Nintendo Switch 2, buy those again, you know, get an upgrade pack. Yeah, it's like, okay, you're not getting shit for free. Oh, wow.
Forward to a new Mario Party experience where you can see each other's reactions while playing.
Ugh.
Let's continue presenting some more Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games. Nintendo Switch 2 editions of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom feature enhanced resolution and frame rates, and also support HDR, which makes the image more vibrant, so you can play with smoother, higher definition graphics. Plus, you can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes. This new feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these titles. For example,
Everyone, how you doing, bro?
guide you to various locations.
Glorious, how you doing, sir?
Koroks you haven't found yet.
Guidance activating. Proceed north.
Or you can share your creations using QR codes and send them to another player to create in their game. We hope these features will make your adventures even more enjoyable. In Kirby and the Forgotten Land, you'll be able to enjoy an additional
I appreciate that, Z Vengeance. I'll check it out in a sec.
Switch 2 edition, along with improved graphics and frame rates. This story takes place in the Forgotten Land after being struck by a powerful meteor that's causing some mysterious changes.
Kirby.
We hope you're looking forward to Kirby's new adventure.
Not really.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond will have both a Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Clean, how you doing?
In addition to standard controls, you can use mouse controls for intuitive gameplay on Switch 2. Plus, you can explore the immersive world in 4K at 60 frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in Full HD at 120 frames per second.
I cannot explain to you guys how underwhelming all of this is.
Based on your preference and playstyle. Plus, Pokémon Legends ZA, which is scheduled to launch later this year, will not only receive a Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2
And what's
version
this?
as well. By taking advantage of the power of Switch 2, you can enjoy your adventure in Lumio City with enhanced resolution and...
Oh yeah, we watched this game. This is the new Pokemon game.
The Nintendo Switch 2 edition games you just saw will be available as both physical and digital versions. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version of a game, you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition
By purchasing an upgrade pack.
We hope you're looking forward to these Nintendo Switch 2 edition games.
Next, I'd like to introduce a brand new game featuring mouse controls with the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Please take a look.
This is a brand new game, Jules. I have one question. What kind of madness and madness games do Nintendo players get into that their mouse needs to come with a safety strap? I have played many games on a PC with a mouse, and I've never needed a safety strap on my mouse. Oh, really? It's a game for disabled people. In case you wanted to use games to escape, don't worry, we've got you, fam. You can now be reminded of the fact that you're in a wheelchair while you're playing our video game. I mean, the technology on this is pretty cool, and I kind of get what they were trying to go for. They were trying to make use of their little systems. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with inclusive games because, like I said, the technology on it makes it actually kind of cool-ish. This looks like Nintendo's answer to the racing game. That one with the ball? What's it called again? Oh, man. The one with the cars and you have to get the ball into the net. It looks similar to that, except you're in a wheelchair. Rocket League, that's the one.
In Drag and Drive, you'll use both Joy-Con 2 controllers as mice to intuitively pull off various moves.
This is literally the Rocket League you have at home. When you tell your mom, I really want Rocket League, and your mom says, we have Rocket League at home. This is Rocket League at home.
We hope you're looking forward to a new twist on 3-on-3 matches using dual mouse controls. Next, here are some games from our publishing and development partners coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Uh-huh.
I have long observed
the
lands between.
Elden Ring on the Switch.
This world is in dire need of repair.
Nice.
You see them, can't you? The rays of grace that guide you through your burden. I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
Alistar, yeah, but for the Switch people, it is something new.
Hey, I'm Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games, here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Our first ever sequel introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister Titan of Time. You'll battle beyond the underworld to the ends of the earth, getting to know dozens of characters from Greek myth in a story that reacts to your every setback and victory. It's the kind of game you can quickly pick up and play whether you're experienced with the original or not. But for more about Hades 2...
Yeah, I played Hades. Not my type of game. Or at least I don't have fun in it that much. Fighting games.
本体を持ち寄っての対戦はもちろん、任天堂スイッチ2だけの新モードもあります。ソフトは通常版の他に総勢26キャラクターを収録した Years 1-2 Fighters Edition の2バージョンを、さらにゲームと連動するアミーボとアミーボカードも一緒にスイッチ2の発売日にお届けします。
Massey, this is true, actually. Yeah, we're still talking about handouts, but this is fighting now.
Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed.
What is this?
Operating at normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted, we will finally be liberated from humans.
This looks kind of cool.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Rebels!
Thanks for the warm welcome! This planet will be ours.
The Sovereign Axiom, the Trinitas, has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart!
It looks kind of cool. Demon X Machina. Not bad.
Hey, this is Joseph Forrest from Hazelight.
Oh, so this game's coming too.
For Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2. The game is a story about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe, who writes fantasy. Together, they get trapped in their own stories, and it's up to you and a friend to help them break free. Now, let me tell you this, if you like It Takes Two, you're gonna love this one, trust me. And of course, you'll be able to play Split Fiction on the day Switch 2 launches.
At EA Sports, we're bringing fans together across the world, on the pitch and on the gridiron.
Just in case you didn't have enough of EA, they had to release their slop on Switch as well.
We're excited to announce that EA Sports FC will be coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Madden NFL will also be arriving on the Nintendo platform. EA Sports, it's in the game.
Hi, I'm Alan Tu from Avalanche Software. We are bringing Hogwarts Legacy to Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, not bad. Hogwarts Legacy is a good game.
World transitions. You'll be immersed in the Wizarding World like never before. And the new mouse controls on Switch 2 give you even more ways to experience the adventure. Discover the enhanced magic when Hogwarts Legacy launches on the same day as Switch 2.
Captain, is that Mike supposed to be?
Tony Hawk. I didn't even know this game was still in existence, to be fair. I remember playing this when I was in high school, back when skating was cool. Yeah, Tony Hawk as a teenager was super good.
Hello, this is Christian Elverdam from IO Interactive. We are bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2. As the best assassin in the trade, Agent 47 does everything he can to accomplish his mission. And how each mission progresses will vary depending on the player's imagination.
I still want to play this.
The game will release on the same day as Switch 2. Plus, we are excited to bring another familiar agent to the platform.
Oh wow, 007, seriously?
James Bond. The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
Okay. I remember when James Bond had games.
The story of
they were never good, but they were games.
Is reborn. Bravely Default returns, remastered in high definition. Featuring the Brave and Default commands that help you control the flow of turn-based battles. Change and customize jobs to build out your very own party.
What game is this?
Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and enhancements. And all new minigames with unique ways to play. Square Enix presents the classic fantasy RPG, Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster. Set foot in Luxembourg as a warrior of light once more.
セガ龍が如くスタジオ代表の横山です。
Yes. What's this? This is that. Oh, Yakuza.
誓いの場所ディレクターズカットです。1988年東京と大阪2つの歓楽街を舞台に土地をめぐる争奪戦が勃発。伝説の始まりを追加シーンとともにお楽しみください。発売日は Nintendo Switch 2の発売と同じ日です。今後のシリーズ展開にもぜひご期待ください。
Why do people like the Yakuza games?
We'll have more games to show from our publishing and development partners, but for now, we'd like to show a game being developed in collaboration with Nintendo. Please take a look.
AAA Game Studio. Wow. On the nose.
When the Zonai, who descended from the heavens, joined hands with the Hylians, who dwelled on the surface, their union led to a great and prosperous kingdom. But in time, a terrible evil arose. A war was fought to vanquish this evil, one which future generations would call the Imprisoning War.
I hate these graphics, man.
You truly have traveled back in time.
I'm not built for games like this. These graphics trigger me.
So that's Hyrule Castle? Then that must mean this really is the past.
Hyrule Warriors. Okay. Coming this winter. Here we go.
That was Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. It's being developed by Koei Tecmo Games with support from Nintendo. We hope you're looking forward to the untold story of the Imprisoning War, which took place in Hyrule.
Not ready. Don't even know what the Imprisoning War was.
And now, some news about Nintendo Switch Online.
Of course. Another way to buy
Nintendo Switch Online on Switch 2. And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, you can enjoy a new membership benefit exclusively on Switch 2. Please take a look at this.
Dude, thus far, all they've done is create insane ways of monetizing their shit.
Switch Online Plus expansion pack will be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo GameCube, originally released in 2001. Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through cell shading. Controlling the wind using a mysterious baton, Link sets sail on an adventure across the Great Sea. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords eternally retold. In this 3D, weapons-based fighting game, each fighter comes equipped with a different weapon. And Link from the Legend of Zelda series enters the
I would have thought that some stuff would not be monetized, but
experience a world of white
I was wrong.
At speeds over 2,000 kilometers per hour. 30 machines will put it all on the line in death-defying races. Featuring the series' first machine customization and story mode, get ready to experience F-Zero GX. In games that support multiplayer, up to 4 can play together locally or online.
Who the hell is gonna play like that?
Enjoy these classic games with clearer image quality and higher resolution than the original releases. You can also check the controls for each title and customize them to your liking. More titles will be added in the future. Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics, the Switch 2 exclusive game library coming to Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack launches the same day as the hardware's release. And a dedicated controller designed after the original GameCube controller will also be released. It can connect wirelessly and also has a C button to quickly access.
Of course, it has the C button. Don't forget, guys.
The Nintendo Game.
It's all about the C button. You know, without the C button, none of this would work. Like, I'm so glad. I was looking at this and I was thinking, I don't see a C button. I'm not buying this shit. But now that there's a C button, count me in.
GameCube controller, exclusively available for Nintendo Switch Online members, will also be available the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Whether you're familiar with the games or haven't played them before,
yeah, they invented a button.
You're looking forward to Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics. Of course, you can continue to play select games from the systems shown here on Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, let's see some more games from our publishing and development partners.
Why not? See some more games. I'm so confused at what I just saw, but okay.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox. Borderlands 4, our upcoming flagship Borderlands game, will launch on...
You want to know the funniest thing about this entire... Like, Randy is clearly talking English, and yet they don't even sync his voice to his mouth. Like, there's no voiceover needed here. Randy is clearly speaking in English. Like, look at Randy saying hello, and then just listen to the watch.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox. Borderlands 4.
Like, why is that a thing?
Launch on Nintendo Switch 2. Borderlands is back. Loot and shoot your way through a world filled with wild enemies and outrageous weapons. We're still in development, and it's already the most ambitious Borderlands game we've ever made. Borderlands 4 will launch in 2025. We'll be sharing a lot of the game in the months ahead, and there's more from 2K on the way.
Hi, I'm Dennis Shirk from Firaxis Games. We're releasing a Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Sid Meier's Civilization 7. In Civ 7, you'll establish an empire and guide your people throughout the ages of history. With the new mouse controls, players can enjoy a more intuitive gameplay experience. Civ 7 launches on the same day as Switch 2. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version, you can experience mouse controls on Switch 2 by purchasing the upgrade. And we have even more news from 2K.
Oh?
Hi, I'm Lionel Jinks.
And I'm Ben Bishop.
Our final announcement for today is that WWE 2K is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Yay.
Plus NBA 2K as well.
We can't wait to see you in the ring.
And on the court.
Was the plan here, did they tell each of these people to sound as unenthusiastic as possible? Was that the briefing? Guys, we want you to tell everyone about the games that's coming, but make it seem as boring as is humanly possible. Don't put any inflection in there. Don't try to act excited. You have to act as underwhelmed as is possible.
4 kids find this old, tattered map. Off they went, armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom! Terrible at steering a raft. Let's slay some trees. Awesome! You nailed it! Hook, line, and sinker.
Bugged out.
It's amazing, doesn't it?
Wait, the show cost bugged out.
Next stop, the top. Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything. Let's set sail. This time, for home.
Hi, I'm Dave Crooks from Dodge Roll. Here's the first.
What the hell's going on? This is, I think, I don't think this is the.
Roguelike shooter sequel.
This is not my side. This is on theirs, I think.
You can expect some fan favorite elements to return. We're still
I'm gonna
working
see
on
if
the
it
game.
changes.
We're excited to share more with you in the future.
Yeah, no, this is literally in theirs. Here we go. I want to see chat. Oh man, chat was just there. Now it's broken again. Why is everything broken?
Hello, my name is Adam Badowski from CD Projekt Red. We are delighted to bring the immersive world of the dark future to players for the first time. Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure RPG set in Night City. Thanks to
Guys, something's went so wrong here.
yourself to the city of dreams at home or on the go.
Nintendo Switch 2で Final Fantasy 7 リメイク
Yeah, everyone's saying it as well. Audio sync errors are happening. Like, dude, this is your showcase. This is your showcase. And you can't even match this up?
新しい FF7 を体験いただきます。スイッチ2で展開する FF7 リメイクシリーズにぜひご期待ください。
See, I have no idea if what I'm watching at the moment is what's actually happening here, or if the audio is completely wrong. I have no idea. Fireark, mine just sort of paused. The audio kept going, but the video itself just sort of stuck. Star Wars Outlaws is coming to Switch 2. In case you guys wanted to know. Don't know if you want to play that, but it's going to Switch 2. They couldn't sell shit on the PC or console. Maybe the Switch will be better. Well, Ubisoft will do anything, Jean.
We've shown a lot of games so far. The next game will be the last from our publishing and development partners.
Okay.
Please take a look.
What are we doing? What are we ending with? This chat is going, bro. There's a crap ton of... There's 1.1 million people watching at the moment. Wow. Like, clearly people want this, man. Like, Nintendo has a huge fan base.
I give you my blood.
What is this?
I give you my life. Turn a wheel and transport him to a night of moonlight, to humanity's very dusk.
From Software. Here we go. What game is this, boys? Is this Bloodborne? It's From Software. some kind of vampire. Yeah.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood.
What? Turn into a T-Rex? Let's go.
The moon tears will flow for one.
Don't know. We don't know what it is.
And one alone.
The Dusk Bloods. A new From Software game. Wow, okay. I wonder if it's coming to PC as well. It has to, right? 2026 available. Only, no, what? Only on Switch 2.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software. We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available. That's all from our publishing and development partners. We'd like to thank the developers who appeared today, as well as our publishing and development partners.
Dude, why?
Who prepared footage for this presentation. In addition to what you saw today, our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We'll showcase more games in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it. Next, please take a look at this.
What's this now? You already showed your best game. Like, why are we doing another game? Switch 3 coming in 2029. Another racing game. What? Don't you already have a... We opened with a racing game. Okay.
Kirby Air Ride, which originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system over 20 years ago, is getting a brand new game. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai. Next is our last trailer for today. Please take a look.
I thought that was the... Didn't he just say that we had the last trailer and then we had another trailer and... Donkey Kong. Wow, Destructible World as well. I mean, this does actually look decent. I will not be buying, C says, I will not be buying a Switch ever. I have a PC. Why would I downgrade? Donkey Kong Bonanza.
That was a brand new 3D platforming action game starring Donkey Kong, called Donkey Kong Bonanza. With incredible strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details will be shared in the future. We hope you're looking forward to it.
Thank you for watching so far. To recap, Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. Finally, here are the hardware options that will be available at launch. We'll release Nintendo Switch 2, as well as a bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World. For more details,
I have no idea how much it costs.
Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
We've covered a lot of information, but that's all we have to share for today.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for launch. We're very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2.
We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no price. They don't want you to be immediately disappointed. Let's see if we can find a price, shall we? Okay, there's really no price yet. If you were to guess, what do you think the price would be for the Switch? Dude, it's Nintendo. I would not be surprised if it's if it's more than 300. So you have this is all the hardware stuff. Joy-Con. So they don't have the actual list yet, or the actual console yet on this. Yeah, the console for the Switch 2 is not on the list yet. What was the launch price of the Switch? Wait, here we go. Breaking Nintendo. Oh, crap. The Nintendo Switch 2 will cost $450 when it launches on June 5th. What do you guys think? Positive, negative? How do you feel about that price? I love how Steam Deck never had a chance. What do you mean Steam Deck never had a chance? Like, bro, you buy the Steam Deck, you have access to thousands of games, hundreds of thousands of games, pretty much at your fingertips. Like, there's no comparison. Oh, damn. Thank you. Jules, 9 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate your Prime sub. Thank you, sir. You are far too kind. I'm not sure, man. Like, part of me thinks $450 is reasonable. I don't think $450 is a bad price at all. I just have not seen anything that convinces me that I want to buy it. Now, to be fair, I don't think I'm their target audience because, number one, I'm not really one for handhelds. I find it... I don't understand why I would play on a small little tiny screen when I have a PC that I can play on. The games itself is not good enough for me to say I'm going to spend $450 just so I can play what? The only game that I really look forward to is the Duskborns or some shit. So yeah, from my perspective, I don't see a point in this console. But then again, I'm not the target audience. It's not made for me. There, can I lie? It would be 1,000 kroner, give or take. So what do you guys think? How many of you are going to be buying this? Anyone at the age of 16 would want a Steam Deck instead? Dude, I don't know. The fan base. The fan base of the fan base of Nintendo do not ask questions. No, we need no need. We have PC. True. I will not, and I'm a huge From Software fanboy. Nope. Yeah, I'd buy it for sure. I don't play Nintendo for high resolution, etc. I'm a target audience for none of this. From Software maybe, but it looks shit on that Nintendo hardware. Yeah, but I do think... Look, Nintendo's success is the exact same reason why Apple is successful. Exact same reason. Apple is successful because of the ecosystem that they have built. Oh, I kind of like these. Z Vengeance, I'm looking at your thumbnails now. This is pretty good. This is a pretty good thumbnail. I have somewhat of an idea for the localizer one, but fair warning, it involves weep stuff. Dude, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Yeah. I think this would work. Let's see. I'm happy to use the thumbnail and see how it goes. Do you want me, by the way, Z Vengeance, do you want me to use all three thumbnails so you can see the data between them, or do you just want me to use one? Sorry, guys, I'm just finishing some work here. Oh, why is this a WAV file? Why won't it let me save it as just an auth? Now I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to change some stuff around. I saved them as PNG. I don't know. Yeah, Discord converts it to WAV file. It never used to, but for some reason it does now. Don't tell me you can't open... I can open WAV files. The problem is I can't save WAV files on... like, YouTube won't accept WAV files. So I'm going to download this one and see if that works. Should work if I download it. Yeah, okay, never mind. If I download it straight from... straight from Discord, it comes through as a PNG. So we're good. Yeah, that worked. It's fine. Yeah, the only problem is most of the services you use, like YouTube, for example, Rumble, none of these accept web files. So when you have a web file, you have to first convert it to PNG or JPEG, and then you can use it. Otherwise, it won't. So you just need to do that extra step. We're not playing MethLab today? No, we will. But we were watching Nintendo Direct because that's what people wanted to watch. So we first had to finish that before we can go play video games. And now I'm just finishing some work. Because if I don't finish this, I'm going to forget. Dude, Rumble, uploading to Rumble is such a ball ache. Because you constantly have to go through this. Every single time you upload a video, you have to do this work. And it can't be automated ever, which is mega annoying. Mega annoying. And the upload speeds isn't great either. So anyone excited for Duskbloods? No, because it's not coming. It's not coming. It's not coming to PC. If it was coming to PC now, what do you guys think the chances are that it is coming to PC? It's just that on the Nintendo Direct, it was only saying coming to Nintendo Switch 2 only. Because it's not coming to Nintendo Switch 1. Do you think there's a chance of that? Or do you think, no, bro, it isn't coming to PC or any of these others? Or even Sony? Isn't From Software usually, like, working with Sony on stuff? That overrise, but Bloodborne was a PS4 exclusive. Seeing Nintendo advertise Duskbloods as a multiplayer game made my excitement dissipate. Wait, is it multiplayer? Oh, mate, I'm not interested in doing that level of work. What is this? This is their official trailer. Let's see. Usually at the end here, they'll show if it's only coming to. Yeah, okay. Even on the official trailer, it is a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. The question, of course, is it a timed exclusive, which can happen? Or is it, no, this is an exclusive, it will never come anywhere else? From Software's new game, get a good look at the world, characters, and terrifying monsters you can expect in Duskblood's when Duskblood launches in 2026, only on Nintendo Switch. I'm not seeing a multiplayer thing here, but maybe. Although the trailer didn't look like it was multiplayer at all. The trailer looked like you're only playing as one guy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll just say this. This was relatively underwhelming to me. Relatively underwhelming. I don't know. Maybe I just don't get the excitement for console people. Like, console people seem to get very happy when their consoles do stuff, and I'm just over here going, oh, okay, you know. Oh, can I show you guys something super funny?
A single.
Now, what's funny about this is you're about to see pretty much the extent of what Hasan always does, right? So Hasan, this is Hasan. This is how he works. This is how he operates, and it is truly funny. Like just listen to this.
Did USAID not play a single role in DEI in video games or whatever? Okay, but you are making yourself suffer. Whether it be not implementing basic hygiene, taking care of yourself, fixing your diet, working out, touching grass, going outside and seeing the fucking sun every now and then, or talking to a real human being that isn't.
Okay, so first and foremost, pay attention to what Hasan is doing here. Hasan is doing the whole criticize the person, not their argument. So he's making all of this now about Asmongold's health, about Asmongold being a loser, not talking to real people, even though Hasan wouldn't know what real people think if real people were standing in front of him. The dude lives in a $3 million mansion in LA. There's no real people anywhere near Hasan.
Fucking blaring something at you over a screen. He's not even suffering. He's literally one of the richest content creators on the internet. Yes, he is. He is one of the richest content creators on the internet. But if you think he's not fucking suffering, you're actually wrong. What do you?
So now, listen to what Hasan is doing, right? Hasan just set up that Asmongold is as angry as he is, not because he's legitimately angry or has a legitimate need to be angry. Asmongold is angry because he's suffering. His life is bad.
What are you talking about? He's had health issues. He obviously has a lot of deep-seated insecurity.
So Hasan's examples or evidence for Asmongold's suffering is he had health issues. He what else am I supposed to say? Because I just made an absolute statement, and I'm trying very hard to find some kind of information on this, anything to back up my point. I don't know exactly, but I'll just keep talking because my audience are a bunch of retards. They won't even know that I literally just said something that I could not back up with any sort of facts outside of he had health issues. The health issues, of course, he's referring to is Asmongold once feeling very ill and going to the hospital in order to get checked out. That was the health issues. That was the extent of Asmongold's health issues. That's not what you call health issues. That happens to people sometimes. Sometimes people get sick. It's a human thing. Hasan would know this if he wasn't a retard. But, you know, of course, that would be asking a lot.
In terms of like what his output is, like right now he's riding high, and I understand that better than anybody else as a content creator myself. He's riding high currently with the massive amount.
TMB, thank you so much.
TMB super chatted $19.57. Just posted on the YouTube Discord. New book list based on Christian writings. Also, everyone should check out the books Loaded Language and Bad Arguments. Hasan is walking cognitive dissonance.
Oh yeah, TMB. First and foremost, thank you so much for the donos. Really appreciate you, sir. But you are not wrong. I wouldn't just say Hasan. I would say basically most of the left is walking cognitive dissonance. You hear the left oftentimes have these wildly contradictory sort of worldviews that are mutually exclusive. These worldviews cannot exist in one human being, and yet it does. A great example, I've used this before, is the left will tell you that trans women are real women. In the very next moment, they'll tell you that, you know, there's no such thing as a woman, it's just a social construct. Being a woman is actually just a social construct. Now, if you have any sort of intellect, you will realize that this is not a conversation that you can have, because you have just uttered two things that in a normal functioning human being should make you basically paralyze you with cognitive dissonance. Because you just said that trans women are real women. The very next question, what is a real woman? There's really no such thing. It's just it's a social construct. Oh, well, now we have a problem. Because by your very definition now, trans women are not real women. They're just men who think they're women based on a social construct. This means that they can just stop thinking that they're women because they're not. They just need to not fall for the social construct. That's literally what you just said. That's the logical conclusion of everything you just said. Hasan does this all the time. And of course, his audience is, they have gone through the public education system. So they are thoroughly brainwashed and propagandized to the point where they would never even understand what this means. Doesn't care for views and is passionate. Hasan could never even conceive how that's possible. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, right? So I have a theory as to why someone like Asmongold is such a huge threat to people like Hasan, to people like Ludwig, and all the rest of them. My theory goes something like this. I'm going to go so far and say that about 90 to 95% of all content creators that make it big are either borderline narcissistic or people who are actually narcissists. If you look at how most of the big content creators became as big as they are, you'll find a slew of bodies in their wake of people that they just walked over, screwed over to get to the top. People that they used in order to get up and then drop those people as soon as they got there. So as soon as they got to a level that those people no longer mattered, they just moved on, dropped those people, stole whatever audience they could from those people, and just keep going. This is how most of these sort of big content creators get up on up on the sort of higher echelons of content creation. It usually comes with a severe lack of moral principle. So do whatever you need to do in order to get the clicks, in order to get the views. Doesn't really matter what that is. As long as it gets the clicks, that's fine. The reason Hasan is such a big threat to these content creators is not Hasan, Asmongold. Asmongold is one of the, I think, very few content creators that made it to the top by just being who he is, by just saying what he thinks, doing what he does, and not really giving a shit whether or not people care. He just says what he wants. If people care, if they care, if they don't, they leave, and it doesn't bother him. This allows Asmongold to enjoy a level of freedom at the top that none of these guys can ever enjoy. For someone like Hasan, for someone like Ludwig, their every step has to be very carefully monitored. They have to test every single one of their views against that which is their audience's views, because Hasan knows if he utters a single word that goes against the beliefs of his audience is gone. He loses everyone. So he needs to know that whatever view he has is a view that is consistent with his audience. Ludwig has to do the same. Of course, Ludwig has an extra layer of difficulty because Ludwig has to make sure that whatever he says is okay with his audience, but then also is okay with Hasan, because Ludwig never criticizes Hasan for anything. And this is a big issue for them. Because how the hell is Asmongold allowed to do this if I can't do it? I have to constantly play the safe game. I have to be super safe with my community. I have to work extra hard to get my community to like me. But Asmongold just hits the go live button and says whatever the hell he wants. This is a huge threat to them. They don't like the fact that someone like that is allowed to succeed. I would not be surprised if we one day maybe even find out that a lot of the content creators that you and I today think are super big content creators, their growths were not entirely organic. I would not be surprised to find that out. I know of someone, for example, here in South Africa, I won't name names because I don't want to get into it, but it's a pretty large podcast that came out of nowhere. The podcast literally came out of nowhere. Within a year, the podcast had well over 200,000 subscribers, now nearing almost 300,000 subscribers, and it was recently revealed this podcast had its entire funding for like the first year, or at least a significant chunk of it, from the World Economic Forum. There was an application for funding from the World Economic Forum, and based on the skin color and the topics, the World Economic Forum funded the entire operation. All the mics, all the cameras, all the sets, everything was funded, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you find out that a lot of your favorite content creators, well, not your favorite, but the big guys had their comeuppance in the same way. Through funding mechanisms to create counter opinions, voices that push whatever the narrative is that people want. You guys have heard of controlled opposition. I've said before that I've had my doubts about Daily Wire. Not all at Daily Wire, but definitely by some in Daily Wire that I sort of think might be controlled opposition. So someone like Ben Shapiro, for example. I do believe that Ben Shapiro is just a sort of party shill. I do believe that Ben Shapiro is just owned by the establishment. And he says just enough anti-establishment things to make himself seem relatively unconnected. But then whenever the next war breaks out, you'll note Ben Shapiro is all gung-ho for the next war, right? Whenever it's really important, Ben Shapiro will say what needs to be said. Because his job, and this is a personal opinion, I'm not making an actual accusation because I have no evidence for what I'm saying. It's just what it seems like to me is Ben Shapiro, he's allowed freedom up to a point, but his job is to make sure that the people believe the lies, right? So that the people believe the lies. So, Maton, the reason I can say this is I've never really been a fan of Ben Shapiro. So for me, it wasn't a case of, I used to love Ben Shapiro. And then my brother and I tended to have disagreements with Ben Shapiro or about Ben Shapiro all the way back in like 2017 already, where my brother was a huge Ben Shapiro fan. I don't know how he is now. So I'm saying was, but he might still be. I really don't know. But I always told him something about it to me seems off. There's something about his content that I just can't like. Because it doesn't seem organically his beliefs. That's always been. So that's why I'm, for example, much more of a fan of Charlie Kirk. Because despite me sometimes having disagreements with some of Charlie Kirk's positions, I get a sense that Charlie Kirk is real. When he says something, it's because he genuinely believes it. Right? Charlie Kirk doesn't just say something because that happens to be the party line. He genuinely believes it, right or wrong. That's his genuine belief. And I don't mind that. If someone says something because they genuinely believe it, if it's wrong, at least I know I can trust them because they're honest enough to say what they think. I don't like Charlie Kirk or James Lindsay at all. James Lindsay, I have nothing against him. I'm sort of neutral on James Lindsay. Some of his stuff is good. Some of his stuff I think is a bit drivel. So I don't really care. Dominus, now, the one thing that I should say is that's just my speculation theory, right? I'm not suggesting that Hassan or Ludwig or any of these people absolutely had backing from some forum or whatever. It's just sort of my opinion. Because like you, I'm very much of the belief they came almost out of nowhere, and it seems like their trajectories were choreographed, right? There was like I don't know. It was weird, the way that they came up. But fundamentally, it might just be that they genuinely just wanted to be successful. And if you do things just because you want to be successful, it's not that hard. You know, you just need to find the right grift. That's effectively what it is. I would, and this might make me super unpopular in the anti-woke movement, but I would not be surprised if there are a bunch of anti-woke people that are just doing it currently because there's money in it. You know, that are currently embracing the grift because it makes the money. There's people that's clicking on it. And we'll probably find that out because the second the winds change and people no longer really care about it, they'll change with it. They'll immediately switch and they'll start doing the next big thing. They won't stick with the fight or even care about the fight at all. So I genuinely believe that's going to happen on the anti-woke side as well. I'll be honest, man, I don't think any of these political grifting commentators believes half the shit they say. I think it's all a giant game to keep people arguing with each other. You might not be wrong on that entirely. Yara, well, yeah. So I will stop being anti-woke when games stop being woke. Because why the hell would I be out here screaming about woke games if none of the games are woke, right? When all the games are just normal games, there would be no reason to start screaming about anti-woke stuff or woke stuff. So I will then stop and I'll just start doing reviews or I'll start doing, other things. Because, whatever's fun at that point. Because I basically just do whatever I find interesting. If I find it interesting, I'll make a video on it. If I don't find it interesting, I won't make a video on it. Mari, how you doing, brother? Did you see Switch 2 games? $80 now? Wait, what? I did not see the game price. Are you for real? $80. Man. No, that's insane. That's just wrong. Yeah, we'll get to the Lotus Eaters episode in a second. I do want to watch that. It will most likely mean that we won't be playing Schedule 1 today. Because I already know if that video is like 20 minutes long, we're going to be reacting to it for like an hour and a half. So that is going to happen. I just quickly need to go to the bathroom. 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Not into his, well, extreme liberalism leads to shit, so we must reject liberalism. Completely nonsense. Mateson, if you listen to his argument there, it's actually a very good argument. So from a philosophical perspective, when you understand what the argument is, Carl Benjamin's argument is actually incredibly on point. And it is a philosophical conversation, right? It is a philosophical conversation. So you have to understand the point he's making. And this is why I don't agree with you that it is too binary. The point he's making is that liberalism itself is founded on a misrepresentation of reality. Right? So, according to him, liberalism sort of assumes that some things are just inherently true, even though those things are actually only true for specific cultures. So, for example, and this is an example he's used before, liberalism assumes that private property is a good thing because it assumes that private property rights came out of the Enlightenment phase, and thanks to private property rights, look at how well the West has done. It's all down to private property rights. But if you actually look at history, you will find that there were peasants already in the 1400s that was trading private property amongst themselves. So peasants that were selling their homesteads and selling their sort of, businesses and stuff to each other and between each other. So clearly, private property precedes or predates the Enlightenment by several hundred years. So liberalism's main idea that it is private property that led to the success of the West is a bit back to front. Because it's actually that private property was always a thing espoused in the West, and it was simply adopted by liberalism. So liberalism, thinking that they can apply sort of property rights to other cultures, makes the mistake of not realizing that it wasn't private property rights that led to the success in the West. It was the culture in the West that demanded private property rights that ultimately led to that success. But it is a culture-driven thing, not a sort of movement-driven thing. The movement didn't drive it. It was the culture that accepted it. We need more people to join the new channel on Discord. At the moment, it's only Z Vengeance and Ziang, and these dudes don't even post. Oh, by the way, guys, for those of you that want to be more involved in conversations and discussions over on Discord and want some kind of way to suggest content, as it were, you can head over to the Discord. It's my Discord. It comes from the WoW days, but you don't have to worry about any of the WoW stuff. I will do anything. But in this, Maddie, thanks for the 5, man. Really appreciate you.
Super chatted $5. Akalon. Legendary drops do an amazing job calling out the industry. Always hit the nail on the head. Would great if you can react to his new content.
Yeah, I'll check it out, bro. I'll check it out. Maddie, thanks for the 5, man. Really appreciate you. So yeah, on this Discord, you'll find there's a channel here called The Resistance. It's under the Grifters Gallows. And on here, it's set up in such a way that you can write your own posts, suggest whatever news you want. If there's something that you think I should be talking about that I'm not talking about, or some news article you see that you think should be, should be covered, please. I'd love to see you guys. Stop failing to read Akko. You upset Furious. Or the Renaissance. Call it the Resistance. I like the Resistance more, but the Renaissance is fine as well. Check the name for the Weep Thumb. I'll check it now. Liberalism is the at its start was a movement to allow more movement within the society. For example, open shop, business rise in the military. That was in the opposition of the kind of caste order we used to have. Niara, yes, but what Carl Benjamin's argument is the movement of liberalism. So the idea that we need to allow more people to open shops or whatnot, right, was already in the culture. it was already going that way. The movement may have sped it up, but the culture was already there. Because the culture was already putting a lot of emphasis on private property, on my property, and so on and so forth. This is my stuff, not yours. So the Enlightenment or liberalism just sort of encapsulated that and said, let's make this a rule. But it was only really possible to make it a rule because the culture was already happy with it becoming a rule, right? So that's the point. Liberalism cannot work anywhere else because liberalism is only a cultural thing in the West. For any other society, liberalism would be maddening. And then he starts looking at a lot of other claims that liberalism makes, and he finds the same problem. A lot of the claims liberalism makes are not claims that is supported in reality. When you actually dig down, you realize that they sort of exist wrongly, if you will. The culture had to be there first for anything to happen. Mason, yes, but remember cultures. So the thing is, that would make private property part of conservatism rather than liberalism. Because conservatism is about conserving what is the culture, right? What is important to the culture. So the argument is merely that liberalism itself as a philosophy is an incomplete philosophy. As a philosophy, it doesn't base itself on fact or on reality, but rather on what it deems to be reality. And that's why liberalism ultimately leads to very bad outcomes, because it lacks that sort of foundational level. I think Nietzsche explains this very, very broadly when he says God is dead and we have killed it, right? Because Nietzsche identifies the same problem. If you remove the foundation of society, can society continue to function? And Nietzsche says no. We need to get a new foundation because without a foundation, society would crumble. Now, the idea is simply an extrapolation of that. So Carl Benjamin isn't really the first to identify it. He's just the first to put it to liberalism. But Nietzsche already identified this long before, called it, or Sargon of Akkad, whichever way you want to call him. The problem with liberalism is the same thing. It's a philosophy, that's fine, but it doesn't have a foundation. At its foundation, it just has a bunch of assumptions. And the assumptions are that this is true because we can see the success, when in reality, this is true because the culture believes it to be true. The Vengeance Man. I'm not entirely sure if I deserve this. I'm not entirely sure if this is deserved. Is the HBL was remarking on the Foundation Society, not the religion exclusively. No, Caleb, he wasn't saying that God is dead because the religion is dead. Because Nietzsche and them, while they were in direct conflict with Christianity, their fight wasn't so much with the church and killing the church. It was more about removing Christian values from society. So you are correct. Nietzsche wasn't saying that Christianity is dead. He was merely saying that God is dead in the system. We can now have a system that's based on rationality, based on reason and logic. We no longer need God. But then Nietzsche rightfully identified the problem with reason and logic is that you're making assumptions with no ability to back it up. To put this into a conversation that we've had before, since the Enlightenment, one of the biggest problems for atheist thinkers has been morality. I've done this experiment with you guys before. If you believe that human beings are the result of billions of years of random evolution, then the natural logical extrapolation of that argument is that the difference between a human and a blade of grass is zero. They are exactly the same, because in the same way that you are just the result of a whole host of random mutations that led to you becoming a man, the blade of grass just went through a bunch of, mutations and it became grass. So then the natural extrapolation is, if I can kill grass by just mowing it or burning it down, why can I not do the same to a human? Like, what is the moral reason for not being allowed to kill a human, but being allowed to kill grass if I want to? And from there, you will oftentimes hear arguments like, don't do unto others as you would do unto yourself. This is a religious argument, because you're getting it straight from the Bible. And the very next question would be, well, your value is also the same as the blade of grass, so it is of no consequence if I want to kill you or not kill you based on myself, because I also have very little value, right? So that's where the moral problem comes in. Based on what moral authority are you making this rule? And the answer is, in a purely rational, logical society, you're not making this rule on any moral foundation. You're basically just saying, please don't do it. That's it. That's literally all you're saying is, please don't kill each other. And don't ask questions why, because we physically cannot answer that question. And it's not me saying that. There's literally atheist thinkers. For example, what's his face? Sam Harris. Sam Harris tries to answer this question by going into spirituality. So Sam Harris becomes an atheist that says, no, you don't understand. Yes, we are just animals and we're purely the resultant state of millions of billions of years of evolution. So we aren't necessarily special, but there is a spiritual realm. It's not God, but there is a spiritual realm. And humans get their value by being able to access the spiritual realm, and you can't kill things that has access to the spiritual realm. I'm simplifying his argument, but that's effectively what it comes to. The issue with this is that you have a lot of atheists, people like Richard Dawkins, people like, what's his name now? I actually kind of like his content a lot. He's a younger philosopher. Used to be called the Cosmic Skeptic. James O'Connor. No, it's not James O'Connor. What's his name, man? Alex O'Connor. Is it Alex O'Connor? I think it's Alex. It's Alex O'Connor. So Alex O'Connor rejects Sam Harris's view because he rightfully identifies that all Sam Harris did was give God a different name. That's it. Sam Harris still believes in God. He just refuses to admit it because then, there's a whole bunch of other problems. But he basically invented a make-believe realm in order to not have to admit that there might be a God there. And that's how we have moral values. And it's universal because we're all part of this great spiritual realm. Alex O'Connor even admits the moral question is the most difficult question. It's the one question atheism has no answer to. Because moralistically speaking, if you have no God, you can just kill human beings. And technically, it's not wrong to do so. Technically, you can just do it and it should be fine because there's no moral argument. When you include God, the argument changes. Because whether you believe in God or not, if man is created by God, then you, as one of the creations, has no right to kill what you did not make. This person has value because they're made by God in God's image. And you, as an individual that was also made in God's image, has no right to kill that individual. and therefore we can lock you up. We can put you in jail. We can throw away the key because you just destroyed something that wasn't yours to destroy. Atheistic worldview creates a problem in that it doesn't know how to answer that question. Cosmo, how are you doing? And they've been trying for a long time, right? So this is called Benjamin's argument against liberalism. It's the same philosophy. It's a philosophy that assumes a bunch of things, but it has no foundation that this assumptions are built on. The problem with foundationlessness in argumentation or in philosophy is if you have no moral foundation on which a belief is pinned, there's no way to stop a belief from ultimately just running rampant. Brando, how you doing, bro? Like, I can take that belief to absolutely everywhere. And you can't stop me because you have nothing to point back to and say, oh, whoa. This is why this is true. What you're now doing is completely going against why it is true. You know, so for example, the argument, do no harm. Do no harm is a Christian phenomena. It's a Christian belief. It's marred in Christian tradition. But remember, it's underlined by all of the other Christian beliefs. So do no harm has a number of restrictions in terms of what kind of harm, when harm, how harm, and we can point back to where I'm not doing harm. So for example, what would be the moral argument for not allowing parents to discipline their children with corporal punishment? Do no harm. This child is a human being. You can't do harm to this child. But if you were still true to the religious underpinnings, I could say to you, whoa. You are right. Do no harm. But we are also told that our kids should be brought up with good manners, good values, and as helpful members of society. And in that, we absolutely must reserve the right to discipline our children if they do not do what is good for society, if they don't live good lives. And the only way to do that is to sometimes beat the living shit out of them, right? Just a couple of hits on the bottom and the ears open right up. Because I have the foundation to argue from. Whereas if the only principle is do no harm, well, how the hell do I argue against this? Right? I don't know where to, because now I can just run with this. I can just take this wherever I want. There's no stop because it's not grounded or anchored onto anything else. And that's where the problem comes in. You need a foundational layer that anchors your philosophy so that your philosophy doesn't just run rampant. Another way of do no harm, or love, as love has been twisted in society, comes in the form of, when a man claims that he's a woman. And the argument immediately is, well, love is love, and acceptance. And we should be good, and we should be good to other people, and we should treat other people with absolute goodness. And it's like, hold up, are you actually being good? What are we basing this on? What's the foundation of this argument? How does this argument, how do we determine when this argument is actually the opposite of what we intend? Because we might say, do no harm, but what if us not doing anything is actually doing the harm? Like that would be a bigger discussion. Because there are times where you not doing something is actually worse than you doing something. You're causing more harm by not doing something. But unless you have a foundation, you have a bigger problem. Mason, what Savan is trying to argue with you here is real. To believe science to its absolute ends. So, for example, if you say, I believe in science, I don't believe in God, I believe in science. This suggests that you believe in the Big Bang, right? It means that you believe in the Big Bang. You have to believe in the origins of the universe. Right now, the base theory they have is that the Big Bang is how it started. The problem with the Big Bang is you can get to the Big Bang pretty much up to and including how the light is spread throughout the universe. You cannot see the Big Bang because we've not been able to observe a Big Bang ever happening anywhere. Also, if you were to try and see the Big Bang, you would have to see prior to the existence of anything. So you wouldn't be able to see, if you're inside the existence, you wouldn't be able to see prior to the existence of the existence that you're trying to see the origins of, right? So that creates a serious problem. The Big Bang is only an extrapolation of the evidence that might support it. So there's an inference to it. You're inferring, based on what you're witnessing, that the Big Bang might be true. So if you say, I believe there was a Big Bang, that is a leap of faith. You are saying, even though I can't see the Big Bang and have not seen it, even though I can't prove the Big Bang and there's no way for me to prove it, and even though there's no direct evidence of a Big Bang, I still choose to believe it. That's faith. You have faith in the evidence that it backs up the theory that you happen to believe in. That's faith. That's all it is. Because fundamentally, there's no other way for you to do it, right? There's no other way for you to do it. Better than inferring from a 6K-year-old book. You can't make that determination, Mason. You can physically not make that determination because you have no evidence to back up that determination. Your evidence is effectively, well, mine is better than yours. But I can use science to describe God. We have a universe that has purpose, has logic and reason baked into the system. There's laws that govern every angle of the system, so the system plays by exact rules. The mathematics of the system almost makes it look like some kind of intelligent being has to have had a hand in it because the mathematics is perfect in every single way. Then you have a planet that comes against all odds together in such a way to create the perfect vehicle for life, where all of the aspects of this planet is perfectly designed for this life. And you have a being that is absolutely obsessed with logic and reason and understanding its own creator. All of this would be consistent, more so, with an actual creator than what it would be with a completely random process that happened to purely by accident come into existence. Because if you believe in the Big Bang, if you believe that everything just started randomly, you are telling me that a universe that has reason, logic, and purpose came out of existence from something that has no reason, no logic, and no purpose. So a system that doesn't do anything for a specific reason, that has no logic in what it's doing, nor does it have any purpose for doing what it's doing, it's just doing whatever for whatever's sake, somehow created a universe that has all three of these things in absolute abundance. And then you run into your next problem. You have only got to the first bit of your creation theory. Because the next question will be, where did the matter for the Big Bang actually come from? And here you're absolutely stumped. You have no idea. So you can use the multiverse theory. The theory there is that there is this giant sort of machine in the middle of the multiverse that just spawns universes. You know, it's not a machine in the way that you and I would think of a machine. It's a mechanism that just randomly creates universes one after another. It just spits them out with a bunch of random number generation. Some of them have life, some of them do not. That's the best evidence or theory that currently exists scientifically to exclude God from the process. Where all you've done now is you've moved the question one step back. Because my very next question to you is, okay, where did that system come from? Because now you're even closer to proving a god. Because you seem to have a system that is obsessed with creating life, or at least creating something. Why would a system exist that is obsessed with doing something if it wasn't created by something that wants to do something? Why would it just naturally exist in that way? So I can literally tell you that scientifically speaking, the argument for God is a hell of a lot stronger than the argument against him. Because science seems at every single point to confirm that there is some mind that created everything. Some mind had to have been in charge of everything. And here's where evolution even kicks the entire no God argument right in the balls. The original belief was that evolution is completely random. It has no purpose. It just does stuff and it sees how it goes. We now know that that is not true. Evolution is incredibly targeted. It is determined. Evolution being deterministic means that with great difficulty, can you remove God from the argument. And if you think that you have some kind of argument against this, I would invite you to go listen to Alex O'Connor. And why even Alex O'Connor now calls himself agnostic and no longer an atheist. Because even Alex O'Connor, looking at the actual arguments, realizes that it becomes mega difficult to remove God from the argument. It's not as easy as people thought. For a while, they thought they can just throw God away, there's no question. But then philosophers got involved and said, actually, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Let's discuss your claims that there is no such thing as a God required. Because your science does not prove that. Let me just quickly make this and then we'll go. By the way, hello to everyone that just joined. My apologies for missing your messages. I was busy talking to Maiten here, and I can sometimes get a little lost in my own thoughts. So I do apologize. I'm just gonna upload this thumbnail quickly. When will we... let's make this live at 6, I think. 6 will be fine. There we go. I'll just do the same on Rumble, and we can go. I'll schedule this. Yeah, that should be fine. Me and Rumble again. We'll do it live. Check legendary drops. Aklon, he uploaded a new vid. I'll check legendary drops in a second. Someone asked me to react to the new Locust Eater podcast. So we're going to be reacting to that podcast first, and then we'll check out Legendary Drops' new video. Can someone give me the link to Legendary Drops, to the Lotus Eater podcast that you want me to watch? Please. Simon, I wish I could. We don't eat the bugs? Did I say Locust Eater? I meant Lotus Eaters. My apologies if I misspoke. My sincere apologies if I misspoke. It's based on the Greek mythology. I'm searching for it now. Is it their newest video? Which one year is it? Kaz, how you doing, brother? The Drug Empire is going, bro. I am thoroughly addicted to your game. Like, holy crap. That game is insane. Unbullshit to Offset. I see everyone's YouTube algorithm is aligned here. Will Trump invade Canada? I don't see it. Is it the whole podcast? No. Channel is called lotuseaters.com. Okay. Oh, this one. All right, let's do this.
That brings us nicely to, is the US going to invade Canada? And Greenland as well, why not?
I think that they will end up getting them, yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. I think...
Take me through that.
Well, the Canadian military is not in any position to do anything. It's incredibly degraded on a level of personnel and equipment. They have some decent special forces, as do all Western countries, but these are always the exception and not the rule. Most Canadians are living a stone's throw away from the American borders. And if the American military were to simply show up and surround Ottawa, Montreal, and Vancouver and say, look, can we please deal with this reasonably? There wouldn't be much that can be done about it. So militarily...
Yes, I mean, the
Canadians are in a...
I would just say on this, I don't think it's... So no one has ever made the argument that there's no way for America... Canada will never belong to America. There's no way for America to get Canada. Technically speaking, if America wanted Canada, yes, by all means necessary, of course. If the American military marched into Canada, Canada would be forced to surrender. This isn't Russia versus Ukraine, where Russia was sort of lagging behind militarily. And, Russia went to Ukraine fighting with old weapons and old tactics. America is the standard bearer for modern day warfare. So America wouldn't be going to Canada with 90s style military conquest. They would be going with some of the best weapons and gear in the world. And so, yes, they could probably conquer Canada in no time flat. And Canada would have no way to respond to it. But that's not the argument here. Because is that really how you want a country? I'll be clear. Usually, countries that are seized in conquest are very difficult to maintain. Because you constantly have to deal with uprisings. You constantly have to deal with problems. It becomes very difficult to control countries that you've gained through conquest. I don't think that's what Trump is after. Even if I were to say Trump wants Canada, it would have to be through diplomatic means. So Trump would have to make an argument to Canada that makes it so beautiful for Canada to join America that Canada just decides to join America. Now, in that one, I don't think that would happen. Because I don't think the Canadians would want to be part of America. And I think a lot of Americans wouldn't want the Canadians to be part of America, you know?
Hopeless position.
The Canadian government came that close, apparently, to falling to a bunch of truckers, unarmed truckers.
There you go.
So I would imagine the 101st could probably do it.
So militarily, Canada is not really able to do very much.
Yes.
But
I mean, it's
Denmark, Greenland,
But I mean, the whole
same.
thing for a while with Canada is you didn't need to invade them because they were trying to do whatever the Americans were doing more. So when
they
the Americans
drew
were
far
woke,
too close to China.
when the Americans were, they put up Justin Trudeau, who tried to outwoke the Americans.
Yes.
And they wanted to be good vassals, and it's only because the programming has changed.
Yes, they thought that Trump was an exception and wouldn't last.
Yes.
So Trudeau survived the first Trump term. Okay? But then they decided, well, we need to balance. And essentially, they've allowed the Chinese way too much influence in Canada. And this needs to stop on the one side. Then there's a natural resource part of this, whereby the Canadians have the ability to be exporting a lot more energy and a lot more natural resources, but their green programming prevents them from doing so.
And if you're in a great power game with China,
you need all of the
can't
resources.
afford to have energy and resources sitting on the wayside.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then there is a transportation question. The Russians managed to keep open something called the Northeast Passage. This is basically the waterway around the Arctic. And they export from there to Asia, and it's a nice cost-saving measure for them.
Yeah.
And it allows a lot of the natural resources that they have in the far north to get to markets quickly
so this
and cheaply.
spits out.
Dude, I would not be surprised. Everything this guy is saying here, what did I say to you yesterday? I think all of the pressure Trump is currently applying on Europe, all of the pressure that Trump is currently applying on Greenland, all of the pressure that Trump is currently applying on Canada is for one reason and one reason only. He wants Europe, Canada to get away from China. That's it. That's the only question. I think that's one of the reasons why he's desperately trying to end the war in Ukraine, because once the war in Ukraine ends, Russian gas can once again flow to Europe. So Europe would immediately not be as reliant on India and China as they are right now. So Russian gas can flow again. Then Trump can make deals with Europe and trying to incentivize resources to come back to Europe, manufacturing to come back to Europe. I would not be surprised if that is the entire angle for Trump, is get these guys out of China so that we can deal with China once and for all. Because if America can drop China, if Europe drops China and Canada drops China, America is safe. Because right now, China is only a threat because it gets a shit ton of money from these three countries. And I think that's fundamentally, I don't rely on Russian gas because Norway supply Europe 30% of it. John, the issue is countries like Germany, especially if Europe is to re-industrialize, it needs Russian gas. Norway isn't going to be able to supply enough. And you could start building supply lines and pipelines from America to Europe. That is something that can happen. And that might even be another reason why Trump is interested in Greenland, because it would allow for a shorter distance to build supply lines and oil pipelines. But fundamentally, if Europe reindustrializes, the gas requirements for Europe will increase exponentially. And whatever Norway is providing then will maybe be like something like 5%. Europe is going to need 95% more in order to actually drive. But what the problem in China, but the Americans see in their Cold War made brain, Niara, the problem with China is that China isn't interested in playing by the Western rules. They've made that clear, right? China doesn't want to play by the Western rules. China doesn't open their markets to anyone else. Their markets are only their own. China wants to produce what the rest of the world uses, but they refuse to let the rest of the world really compete in their markets. This is a problem because the way the West, America, Canada, Mexico, Europe, the way they got rich was by playing together. You know, everyone plays together, everyone gets rich together. The issue with China is they don't play that game. So if America were to fall tomorrow and China becomes the next hegemon, most of the world would become vassal states of the Chinese empire, where China produces everything and you buy it from China and you hope that your local produce is enough to sustain it. Because that's all China does. Look at what China does in Africa. They don't go to Africa and help out Africa. They go to Africa, they help, but they lay claim to all of the natural resources, or at least a big chunk of it. Because China's mindset is China only. That's a big difference, right? I'm not a fan of globalization because I do think you need to have... I think globalization is fine if you have an America first, a British first, or a UK first, or a France first, or a German first. Then you can have globalization. As long as you put your country first, globalization is fine. The problem in China is they don't have a China first policy. They have a China only policy. They want to produce everything that the rest of the world uses, but they will not and do not want to be reliant on the rest of the world for anything. That is problematic. And it would be devastating to the rest of the world if that was how it played out. That aside, it also complete disregard for intellectual property rights, human rights, etc., etc. Oh yeah, well, we're watching Lotus Eaters? Yes, we are. Take this how you do, bro. There's only one party in Germany that wants to trade gas with Russia. And this party is far right and avoided by all other parties. Take this, the thing is, the second the war in Ukraine stops, I think most of these most of the politicians will stop their pandering and they'll get back to normal. At least that's my hope, right? I can't say that will definitely happen, but the hope is that they'll at some point realize, look, it is what it is. You need cheap gas and Russia has it. As Vietnamese, we're familiar with how China operates. They're incredibly selfish to a point it's destructive. Well, yeah, of course, right? Just don't buy to them, then the problem is solved. All I see in America, who desperately try to stay first place. Niara, at this point, you might be right. Like, obviously, right? What you're now saying is basically true of every empire in the history of empires. They want to stay first. But you have to ask yourself a very different question. The question you must ask yourself now, Niara, is if America isn't first, then China is first. And who else? Like, would you prefer to live in a world where China is the premier power? Not America. China is the premier power. Because China already has the second largest military in the world. Tied maybe with Russia. So militarily, China will destroy Europe. It has way more weapons and way more men than Europe has. So from a military perspective, China could force Europe to do a bunch of stuff, even if Europe didn't want to do it. If China were to cut off Europe tomorrow, so here's where things get really dicey for Europe. If China is allowed to exist without America, they take Taiwan immediately. So everything that you want to use in Europe, all of your first world luxuries and all of your first world needs are gone if the Chinese decide it needs to be gone. So the question is, which devil do you want to deal with? American hegemony, that you understand, you know how it works, you know what they mostly want, or Chinese hegemony, which is not the same. These are two different things. Those are your options. Those are the only options you have. There is no option that allows for France to be its own country and it doesn't have to care about, who is the most powerful nation. That's just not how it works. You choose China. I hope you like learning Mandarin. There already was the first for century. For Russia over China.
In between Greenland and Canada, does it?
No. That would be the Northwest Passage.
Oh, what's the Northeast Passage?
The one that Russia controls, that I was describing.
Where does that connect?
And the Northwest Passage, which is what the Americans want to open,
yes,
is the one that goes around Canada and passes next to Greenland. Okay.
Okay. The
So the
Northeast
Americans-
Passage is connecting Russia with the rest of the Asian Sea, the Chinese Sea.
Exactly. I mean, just look at the Earth as a circle, and you see that the Americans and the Russians and the Canadians are just right next to each other around the Arctic.
Yes.
And so the Americans want that piece. And there is a piece involved there with attacking with missiles and defending with missiles, because the missiles will go around the Earth's curvature. So it makes sense to control more of that real estate. The Canadians are partners in that defense, and they will allow the Americans to base whatever they want there. But then,
they're just
why
insufferably
bother?
Yes.
Why bother with dealing with another government in Ottawa, as opposed to just a state government?
If the US were to literally just take Canada, it would so.
I don't think that's what he wants.
Shatter this liberal new world order that we've had since World War II. Because America does have a lot of hard power, but a lot of soft power as well.
Yeah.
It can just tell a lot of countries to do things.
Yes.
If it were to militarily take Canada tomorrow, I can't see that soft power element holding up.
No, I think soft power is a complete illusion. I think soft power is an illusion. There's no such thing. There's no such thing.
Well,
there is speak softly and...
I like this guy, but I will disagree with him yet again. And I don't like him because of this video. I've watched some of his other content. He seems to know what he's talking about on a lot of topics. But the thing is, there is such a thing as soft power. But it is perceived. Sort of the same reason money has value. Technically speaking, if you open your wallet and you have a note in there, it says 10 on it, right? Which means that note is worth €10, £10, $10. But technically speaking, that note isn't worth shit. It's just a piece of paper. The only reason that note has a value is because you believe it does. And because someone else believes it does too, they'll take that note for $10 and give you goods worth $10, right? But that is a sort of soft illusion, if you will. We're all just sort of partaking in a complete delusion that this piece of paper is worth $10, because technically isn't. Now, that's soft power. Soft power is real as long as the delusion holds. So as long as I think you could destroy me in a war, you have power to do whatever you want or to tell me whatever you want, because I think you have power, right? So he is correct on one hand. It is kind of bullshit, but it is also real, because if you have power, you have power. Dollar isn't worth how much it costs to print it. Maybe that's a whole different discussion, but yeah, can we bring up how Ukraine actually was the one to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline? I consider it an act of terror and war against Ukraine's supposed allies in the West. Refugee, I don't know enough about that. Has it been confirmed that they were the ones who blow up the Nord Stream pipeline?
You carry a big stick. You can speak softly because the stick is very big. So there is cultural influence, yes, but that is very difficult to trace correctly. For example, the reason only Westerners are vulnerable to wokeness is because of the pre-programming that Christianity instills in people.
Yes.
If you don't have a conception of a holy victim, and if you don't have a conception of original sin, there is no way you can listen to wokeness. This is why wokeness outside of the West only infects the most extreme liberals, who are themselves also drawing on Christian traditions.
Oh, I know the Asians find woke a complete joke.
Exactly. Except for if you, in most cases that I've come across Indians who have been programmed to be more Western than Westerners.
Well, yeah, but India was owned by the British for a long time, so there's a lot of Christian undertones in their politics. So, Ravy G, here's what I think. I don't believe that it was Ukraine that did it. They may have been the ones to hold the bombs, but I firmly believe that the Nord Stream pipeline, and again, I want to be clear, I don't know much about this, because at the time I wasn't really paying attention to a lot of this. I was just going, well, whatever. Because I genuinely thought this was going to be a quick war and it was going to be over. So I didn't really pay too much attention to all of that. But I firmly believe that it was Biden and America. I think America was involved in the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline because this was back when Biden and his ilk thought that they were going to back a tiny little country in Europe to destroy Russia. That's the problem, right? They thought, hey, we just give these guys a bunch of tanks and a few rocket launchers, and they'll take out this Russian behemoth that we couldn't even conquer in, what, more than 40, 50 years of Cold War? Sure, the Ukrainians has got this in the bag. Like, we just have to blow up this one little pipeline and it'll all be better. Only paid attention to the market correction that happened with the start of the war? Does Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine just do what USA says? I think they may have done so for a time, because remember, Ukraine was in no position to really argue. They were, and even now, Ukraine doesn't really have a leg to argue with any of the Western partners, because without the Western partners, they're screwed, right? They need the Western partners, right? Let me just check this. Oh, wait. This is actually interesting. So here you have, from Wikipedia, the Nord Stream pipeline sabotage says on August the 14th, 2024, the Wall Street Journal reported that the sabotage was carried out by a small Ukrainian team led by Zolushnya. The plan was also initially approved by Zelensky, according to the publication, who then unsuccessfully tried to call it off after the CIA learned of the plan and requested Zelensky to not. Oh. Well, if their information is correct, that's wild.
How do you do that? By adopting wokeness. So, aside from these exceptions, soft power is very hard to quantify and define.
So all this stuff about Trump calling, he kept on calling Trudeau Governor Trudeau.
Yes.
I mean, how do you think he would actually go? Is it likely to happen in this term?
Look, I think that Canada and Greenland will end up becoming part of America.
I don't think so.
I don't know how.
Okay.
But I think this will happen.
But you think that Trump is in meeting rooms with very clever people who know about this stuff, and he said, I want Canada, I want Greenland, find a way to make it happen, and they're working on the how?
Yes. I think this is a serious policy. That
I don't agree. Let me see if I can find this. Hold up. Here's why I don't agree with this. So you have this guy, right? Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Now, Dr. Sebastian Gorka is he's working with Trump, right? He's in the White House. This entire podcast takes place inside the White House. Let me just see where he speaks on this.
And it's something that I think is a fair criticism, that people freak out a little bit about the language too much. However, when you talk about, annexing Greenland and making Canada part of your country and breaking up NATO, as some people around President Trump are doing, I mean, if it's said often enough, people are going to listen to it. You said yourself earlier, words matter.
Data brokers collect and sell everything you do online. Your browsing history, searches, even your location. That's bad enough. But did you know they also sell this data to government agencies like the IRS? I'd rather keep my digital life private, which is why I use ExpressVPN. One of the easiest ways for data brokers to track you is through your device's unique IP address, which also reveals...
I never skip people's ad reads.
ExpressVPN, your IP address is hidden. We've used ExpressVPN every day at Trigonometry since 2019 because it's fast, super secure, works on all devices, and most importantly, it's reliable. Right now, you can take advantage of ExpressVPN's Black Friday Cyber Monday offer to get the absolute best VPN deal you'll find all year. Use our special link, expressvpn.com/trigger, to get 4 extra months with the 12-month plan, or 6 extra months with the 24-month plan, totally free. That's expressvpn.com/trigger to get an extra 4 or even 6 months of ExpressVPN for free.
I think with regards to Greenland, I would ask anybody out there to have a look. You know, I have a globe in my office. I'm old school, right? Have a look at Greenland and get out a ruler or tape measure and measure how close it is to America and how far it is from Europe. And then look at Greenland during World War II and look at the waterways, look at the airways, and then get back to me about, oh my gosh, that language is so shocking, but instead talk to me about geopolitics.
But hang on, Seb. We can say the same thing about Argentina and Las Malvinas.
Oh, yes, we can. We can. But is it of geopolitical importance like
All right.
Greenland?
So, but
That's
this is
another debate.
but this is the trick you're playing though, because you're saying, oh, don't take him literally, but then when it comes to Greenland, oh, actually, we actually do need Greenland, right?
No, but not necessarily as part of the United States.
Okay.
Right? So so it's
Remember, this guy is in the White House. He works with Trump. Listen to what he says, because he knows what Trump is after way better than any of us would.
It's the art of negotiating, right? So it's, you do this, right? Say, I want 150%. People get horrified, and then you get 80%. You're never going to get 80% if you start off negotiating for 80%. You never get it, ever get it. You can only get the 80% if you enlarge in the aperture to twice that size, and then the elastic snaps back to something that otherwise would never have been deemed possible, but because you blew past the Overton window, you create the space in which to... Look, let me illustrate this another way.
Let me tell you, this is what I've said from the beginning, and I'm pretty sure in the fullness of time, this is exactly what will play out. Trump doesn't want Greenland to be a new state of America. Trump doesn't want Canada to be a new state of America. What Trump wants with Greenland is for Greenland to be independent, because that allows Trump to go to Greenland, an economy that cannot survive on its own, and be like, boys, you guys have a lot of mines, you have a lot of real estate. How's about we make deals? Let's get some mineral deals going. Let's set up mines here, because most of the mines are super expensive to operate and run. So America is the only country that really has the ability to do those because of just how inaccessible Greenland actually is. So Trump can do that, and then Trump can argue for larger military bases, larger control within the system, and it's much easier to argue with Greenland about Greenland than it is to argue with Denmark about Greenland. Because the problem is, for Denmark, they don't really care about what is good for the people of Greenland, because Denmark is taking care of Greenland anyways. So Denmark doesn't give a shit. Whereas if Greenland is on its own, it would probably want to have support from America. And the same, I think, is true for Canada. Trump is trying to get Canada to break its reliance on Russia, on China. It's trying to get Canada to a place where some semblance of normalcy returns to Canadian politics, to Canada as a whole, so that the agreements and the friendship between Canada and America can be strengthened. This is Trump's entire tactic. Get Canada to get rid of all their tariff bullshit, their protectionist nonsense, so that we as a bloc... Why do you think Trump is going after Mexico and Canada? Because if Mexico, America, and Canada start working together much, much closer, that becomes an unstoppable nation. Even though that's 3 different countries and 3 different nations, together their power would be immense. Mexico has a shit ton of resources, Canada has a shit ton of resources, America has a shit ton of resources. Together, they could effectively say, we don't need anyone else. If Europe doesn't want to play by the rules and doesn't want to do what we want, we don't need them. we can do everything on our own. That's what Trump is after. I don't think Trump is trying to conquer Canada. Supposing something Trump himself wrote in one of his books, from what I've read, this is exactly how he does politics. Thomas, I read his book, or at least parts of it. I'm not a huge fan of self-enrichment books or whatever, but I did read the parts that has to do with the deal. This is 100% how Trump deals. Diplomacy is not trade. Speaking like he do already make USA lose money and make people outside USA mad. Then when people are mad, political parties will follow to seduce them. It can backfire hard. It can, but Niara, just because this is not how diplomacy used to work, I would caution against judging it in the short term. Let's see what happens in a year or two from now. Because if there's one thing I can say is that from Trump's first presidential run, or his first term, when Trump wants something, he tends to get it. I don't know how it happens, but if he wants something, he gets it. So I would just say, let's see how it plays out. He clearly has a plan. He clearly knows what he's after, and he thinks that this is the best way to get it. The other thing I will say about Trump is from his first term as president, Trump has shown himself to be incredibly pragmatic. Trump is not really an ideologue. In his first term, Trump changed tactics. If he wants something and his initial approach doesn't really work, Trump is more than happy to change his approach, try something else, and then get what he wants. So I wouldn't be surprised if in 6 or 7 months from now, Trump still doesn't have what he wants. He'll just change tactics and go a different way. But he'll eventually get what he wants because he's not really a guy that he doesn't firmly ideologically believe this is the only way to do it. He's more the kind of guy that says, this is what I want. How do I get there? And then, we can do anything. I don't care how we get there. As long as we get there. That's all I care about here.
It has support from the administration.
Because a lot of people just don't take it seriously at all.
I don't understand why they don't take it seriously. It's the most natural thing ever.
And I suppose if we continue the logic through, the reason he's pushing Europe so hard to increase their defence spending is because he has no interest in taking over any parts of Europe. Britain is not going to be made a 51st state.
No.
He basically wants them to grow up and move out.
To a large extent, but if he has an accord with Russia, they've essentially moved out into the garage.
Yes.
The other point on Canada and Greenland is that think about Scotland.
Okay.
Scotland had to be annexed by the English and be made a part of the United Kingdom, and the crowns had to be unified because Scotland kept on siding with the French against England.
Ah, right, yes.
And
and the English was like, enough of this bullshit.
The natural geopolitical position of the Scots would be to align with somebody slightly further away, England, in the same way that Portugal naturally aligns with England against Spain.
Yes.
Because that's how they stay independent. So these structures, these things in geopolitics are firm. They're real.
Yes.
They're not based on ideology.
And both Australia and Canada have let themselves get too into bed with China.
Quite.
And it's unacceptable. So that has to end.
Exactly.
Well, actually, it's the same thing he does with... I mean, if you listen to his complaints about the Suez Canal...
That is actually a good point. Something I didn't really keep in mind until just now. It is one thing for Europe to be in bed with China. Europe is far away. What's Europe going to do? It is another threat. Like, if you firmly believe that China is the threat, having a country on your border that is super good friends with China, that is not really something that you can abide. Because now it becomes mega dangerous, right? Because if China and Canada were to become any better friends, there is a good chance that Canada could literally allow China to set up military bases. And now America has their number one enemy right on their doorstep. So there is a good chance that that might be something that Trump has identified. And that is why Trump is so hard up for Canada to become the 51st state. Because that would be unacceptable. But that would 100% for America be absolutely unacceptable. And if you want to know how America tends to deal with this, go look at the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's how that played out. Vasigo, yes, and I think that's part of what Trump is trying to do with Canada, right? Or with China, really, is sort of expose China for what they actually are. The fact that China is China only, so China doesn't give a shit about anyone else. Because I think Trump is trying to tell the Canadians, stop your friendship, because the friendship is one-sided. China isn't interested in your friendship at all. They're just interested in whatever serves them. But obviously, in order to get this done, pressure needs to be up. Because every man needs to now start fighting for themselves. Every man needs to start doing everything for himself so that people can figure out who their friends are. What has been going on since Obama, encroaching borders and selling off USA soil, I could be conflagrating in my mind. Just look at all the ports China owns. Oh, yeah.
It was all about how they're preferencing China.
Yes. About the Panama Canal.
Oh, it's Panama Canal, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So if you're in a competition with the Chinese, and you have this manufacturing behemoth that can produce more ships, more planes, more missiles faster, regardless of the quality.
And there's Chinese compounds springing up all over Canada.
So you must do something about it.
Australia is even more in bed with China than Canada is. I mean,
Patches, that's not the argument. Remember, things change rapidly. I'm not saying Canada will allow China now to put up military bases. But things change rather rapidly. With Canada having their borders completely open to Chinese immigrants, with, I think the last thing I saw was almost like 1 million Canadian Chinese immigrants coming into Canada almost every single year, if not more. There is a very real threat that within the next 10 years, maybe even 15 years, the elections in Canada doesn't see a Canadian native be elected to the president's office, but rather someone that is a lot more aligned with China. So you do have a significant threat of that, right? That does happen. I mean, if you don't think that's possible, look at the UK. Look at London. London, the capital city of the UK, has a Muslim mayor. This is a Christian nation that has a Muslim mayor, and doesn't seem how bad, no matter how bad London gets, the mayor doesn't lose support. The support continues to rise. So if you think that that cannot happen, there's examples of that happening, right? Where a nation gets completely overthrown purely through immigration. So there's a number of pressure points, and it's not lost on me that Trump's one big sort of question to Canada is control your border. Get control of your border. Normally, you look at what people ask because it tells you what they want, right? I think Trump is trying to get Canada to close their borders to China, close their sort of immigration policies towards China, and, again, secure your northern front. Even if that does mean you have to ultimately conquer Canada in order to control it, that's what you probably do. I'm not saying that's what America will do or even should do, because I do think the problem with conquering a nation is you'll have to have permanent military presence within that nation. because the nation will rebel. They will. So you're basically going to take a big portion of your military, and they're going to have to be in every single town and every single city in Canada to smash down rebellions. Time after time after time after time. I don't think that's worth it.
Significantly, so I mean, there's Chinese compounds all up and down all over Australia. Can that be
They're
allowed to
going to have
continue?
a problem. They're going to have a problem. Once the Canada problem is sorted, the Aussies are going to be next. And this regime change apparatus that is in existence, that is now...
Yeah. I mean, once you spread yourself too thin, that does become a problem. Massey, that's not the figure I saw, but it could still be true, right? The question again would be, Canada, much like every other nation, has significant undocumented immigration into the nation. So, what is documented, what isn't documented. For example, in South Africa, the official figures of illegal immigrants is much lower than what the actual number is. The actual number is significantly higher. That's like 10% of the population. With that number, USA will create Oceania, and EU, Eurasia. Oh, please don't say that. I don't want to live in 1984 world.
Being reined in and tamed to serve the purposes of a new order, this is going to be used, and it's going to be used globally. And it's going to be used against uppity allies more than against rivals.
So actually, this whole thing in the last few days about Trump saying he is open to joining the Commonwealth
makes sense,
because that's kind of what he wants. He kind of wants Canada, Australia, and you might as well.
Wait, Trump said that?
And New Zealand.
And New Zealand, yeah. I don't think he's probably that interested in India. I mean, they might have some use, but essentially,
no, India. Wait, India has a lot of use. If you can get India on your side, you cut off another one of China's biggest partners. So India has a lot of use. If China is your enemy, India is of great significance.
A sort of microwave meal version of what he's going after anyway.
It's the European Christian world. It's the European Christian world. Some people are going to hear this and hear only white. Fair enough. I don't care. I'm from Lebanon, so it's really not, we're part of the West in a way, but that's a different story.
I don't care if people call me whatever it is.
But it's the European Christian world realizing that this is a conflict between different civilizations and different cultures. And that by virtue of being of a Latin mind and following the Christian religion, these countries are naturally aligned, and that they have civilizational rivals in the form of Islam and China, and to a much lesser extent, India.
I can actually see that being true, though. If America joined the Commonwealth, America would be the number one country in the Commonwealth. So effectively, where Britain or the king is currently at the head of the Commonwealth, that would become largely just a show position. America would be in control of the Commonwealth, and America could then push for a lot more power into the Commonwealth, right? And for the Commonwealth to become a much more unified bloc. Because right now the Commonwealth isn't really a unified bloc. It's more just like South Africa is part of the Commonwealth. Technically, even though South Africa has nothing to gain or do with the Commonwealth. But if South Africa or if America were to negotiate closer ties between the Commonwealth nations, that would be mega. Because, how many countries would America effectively get as vassal states at that point.
Need to be dealt with. Because otherwise...
Yeah, we have, Massey.
Well, it is, yes.
So this is the reality of the situation that we're in. We are always in some kind of civilizational conflict. The bet that Trump is making is that the Russian civilization, which is Orthodox, much less Latin, quite different, more mystical than the Latin tradition, can be brought into the fold. And that makes sense. Because right now, today, there's no reason for an Orthodox Catholic conflict. Really.
That's not wrong. Like, here's the thing. If you have America, you have New Zealand, you have Australia, you have the UK, you have Russia that you bring into the fold. Now, while the rest of the European nations are not part of the Commonwealth, you could very easily convince them to join the Commonwealth, right? A lot of Western nations, if they understood what the play was, they'd most likely join, right? Because what you have then effectively, especially if closer alliance between these countries are in play, because you would also get South Africa. I don't know how you guys would feel about getting South Africa, but you would get it. Well, we have a lot of resources, a lot of minerals and mines, and we can supply gold to pretty much the whole of the Commonwealth. We have shit tons of it. And if you want diamonds, we have those too, right? So we can give you stuff, at least. And we have farmers. We have very good farmers and lots of food. So we matter, guys. Include us in your plans, please. But if you have these countries, you effectively don't need anyone else, right? At that point, everyone else sort of becomes completely irrelevant. Like, what else do you need? You can only trade with each other, and you never again have to talk to literally anyone else. China goes, hey, buy stuff from us, and you just go, no, it's fine. We can buy and sell amongst ourselves. Thank you very much. So there is a world in which that makes a shit ton of sense. And it would be much easier to police. Because you wouldn't have to police the entirety of the international world. You basically just need to police the waters that split America and Europe from each other. That's the Pacific Ocean, no? You basically just need to police those waters and the waters between Australia and America. Those are the only two bodies of water that needs policing. Everything else you can just ignore. Because if the rest of the world wants to trade with each other, that's up to them to police those waters. Like, you can just sort of exclude most of the areas.
Protestantism, that's a different story. It's a long-winded joke without a punchline. I mean, transgender bishops in the Church of England, I don't even want to touch that. So Protestantism can be safely dismissed. The real religions of the West are Orthodoxy and Christianity, are Orthodoxy and Catholicism.
Bro. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Like, please. If you want, we can start another Protestant Catholic war. We can do this. I'm sure I can take the Pope. I have no problem with this. I'll take the Pope. Everyone else can deal with the rest of the Catholics. Please do not for a second. We do not view the transgender bishops as Protestants. We do not view them as Protestants. They're out of their minds. So please don't start with this nonsense. Senator Jim Banks was a funny worker at his... I was a worker at HHS. I was fired. Are you going to do anything, Banks? You probably deserved it because you seem like a clown. Wait, hold up.
Hi, I was a worker at HHS. I was fired illegally on February 14th. There are many people who are not getting social service programs, especially people with disabilities. Are you going to do anything to stop what's happening?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it.
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it.
Dude, that's
wow.
so that's sad.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I deserve it?
Because you seem like a clown.
Based, bro. Absolutely based, bro. I am in full agreement with him. Oh man, that's not good. Yeah. Oh, that is hilarious.
You have a Catholic vice president. That's very interesting. You have Protestantism imploding. You have an empire that is in need of a religion again to replace the Christian heresy called...
Hold up. Just... Protestantism isn't imploding. The nature of Protestantism that has to be understood. Protestants believe everything that Catholics do, right? In terms of the faith, the core tenets of the faith, most of those things are the same. The whole Mary worship thing is a bit bullshit, but that's a different discussion. That's part of the reason why Protestants left. But if you look at the church structure of Protestants, the only difference between Protestants and Catholics is that Protestants, correctly in my opinion, identified that when you have an entire system that has a single point of failure, the Pope, that system is ripe for corruption. Because effectively, if you want to corrupt the Catholic faith, all you have to do is corrupt the Pope. If you have the Pope, the faith goes along with it, almost immediately. This is what Protestants identified as not a workable solution. So it's not in anyone's interest to look at Protestantism as a single religion or a single denomination, because it isn't a single denomination. Protestantism, in and of itself, is Christians who completely can only be judged on the basis of a church. If you want to judge Protestant, you have to go to a specific church and say, right, what do you guys believe? Because every single church in the Protestant faith will have a completely independent, decentralized system and structure on how they adapt theology, what they believe, and how they believe it. I'm a Baptist, for example. We're part of the Protestant faith, or at least part of the Protestant movement, but we don't believe anything similarly to the Dutch Reformists, because Dutch Reform has also become very, very woke, and we completely reject that. On its face, we reject it. And what's cool about the Baptist Church, it takes decentralization even further than any of the other Protestant denominations or sub-denominations, insofar as every single Baptist church is completely decentralized from even the Baptist Association. So the Baptist Association cannot tell any individual church what they need to believe, what the theology is of what they believe, none of that. It is only determined by the pastor and the elders of the church. That is it. So I think it's completely, it's Catholic-brained to try and look at Protestantism as if you're looking at Catholicism. They cannot be looked at the same, because that's not how it functions. Right, Southern Baptists, Catholics can be wild, but not as wild as Pentecostal churches in Tennessee. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I think there's plenty of churches that, but in the same way that there are plenty of churches that's off the rails, there's just as many Roman Catholic churches that are off the rails. I mean, let's not forget, there are some Roman Catholic churches where fiddling with kids is not entirely off the table, right? So the Catholic Church can't really claim to be this bastion of good because they have, I don't know, like a completely centralized thing. Inculturation is a necessary process in the Amazon, Pope Francis says. Pope Francis has highlighted the need for spiritual inculturation in the Amazon region and praised indigenous expression of religiosity, while pointing to a Eucharist as the central component of Christian spirituality. Yeah, my problem with this Pope is that this Pope is the wokest Pope the Roman Catholic Church has fielded in its entire history. And this is the same Pope that ultimately said that all religions move to, get to God. So it doesn't matter what you believe, as long as you believe in something, you'll get to God. That is blasphemy. If the Pope said that 1,000 years ago, they'd burn him at the stake. And probably for good reason.
Wokeness and the Christian heresy called Marxism.
Yes.
So if you want to think about religious and geopolitical terms, which you should always factor religion into your analysis, then some kind of Orthodox Catholic reconciliation...
Because people are going to adopt a religion one way or another, so...
The human mind is religious.
Going to be something else.
Even Dawkins concedes that point. Dawkins concedes that the human mind is religious. You can't think about everything. It's not possible. You must therefore be dogmatic by default.
If you would like to see the full version of this premium video,
with Francis, with his humility at the beginning of his tenure, but now the guy's lost the plot. Massey, the Pope, currently Pope Francis, in my opinion, is, if not a heretic, dangerously close to it. The only reason he has, as of yet, not been removed as Pope, in my opinion, is because he has said none of his crazy things from the special chair that he has. And this is another one of those things that the Roman Catholics had to deal with, because they had popes that said some of the craziest bullshit ever. And so they made a new rule that said, no, the Pope can say crazy things, that's fine, but only if he's not sitting in his Catholic chair. Like, the Pope has this chair, and if he speaks from there, he's speaking with the authority of God, because God only speaks to him on the chair. If he speaks anywhere else, he's just sort of, saying mad shit for no reason whatsoever. Much like all the other prophets in the Bible that only had special little places where they could speak to God. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't what happened. So, yeah, the Pope... I personally think Catholicism is completely bonkers. I don't believe that it is anywhere near the perfect faith or how it should be. I think Protestantism is far better, but that's just, that's just my opinion on it. Be gone soon. Church will prefer not to have the drama of having him step down if the bricks are on the burning bush. It's interesting, bro. Geopolitics is nuts. Like, geopolitics is actually nuts. It's going to be very interesting to see how all of these things play out. What do you guys think? Is America eventually going to be a Commonwealth nation? Or do you think that's not possible? Thundercool, I think Chinese anime is effectively just something China does. I think it's effectively just what China does. They steal and copy everything. Right? So they don't care. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you have. The Chinese will copy it immediately. What brand of God bother are you, Akko? What do you mean, Abaddon? Kevin, I think it would be good. Oh, wait. Are you asking me what denomination I belong to? Sarah, how you doing? To be honest, I'd have to ask my mom, since I don't pretty much care either way. Sarah, that's at least an honest answer. That's at least an honest answer. It's like, I couldn't give two shits. My life is pretty unaffected. And to be fair, the reason I think it's a very honest answer is, whilst geopolitics is super important and at times can have very real effects on our ordinary lives, I would say in 99% of cases, when a government announces a thing, the ordinary citizen can literally just go, oh, anyway, and just go on, because it will have literally no effect on you. China made a whole economy out of copying others. Oh, yeah. So Avedon, I am a Baptist. Now, the Baptist Church comes from the Protestant movement. It's born in the Protestant movement. It's called the Baptist Church because it baptized people in a specific way when they're older, right? So the confession of faith is a big part of it. You have to confess the faith and then you get baptized. That's how it works in the Baptist tradition. So that's where the name comes from. They rejected the baptism at birth or the baptism shortly after birth, or what is referred to as pedo-baptism. They rejected pedo-baptism and instead embraced what is called credo-baptism, which means you have to know what you're being baptized for, otherwise it doesn't count. It is born very much out of Luther. Very much out of Luther comes the Baptist Church. It's originally a church that starts in the UK. So the Baptist movement starts from the Puritans in the UK. The Puritans in the UK then flee basically to America because they're being hunted down by I think it was, which queen was it that switched briefly to Catholicism before switching back to Protestantism. I can't remember now exactly, but one of them switched and then started hunting down the Puritans. They flee to America. From there, they will eventually become the Baptist Church, and there were some Baptists that also came to South Africa eventually. And so the Baptist Church in South Africa is also established. Although the Baptist Church in South Africa actually comes from the Scottish Puritan movement. They had a different name, but they were so, like, the guy who led that movement was so influential and so well known that even Bloody Mary, literally, this is a queen that got her name, Bloody Mary, was afraid of him. She didn't want to upset him because almost all of the people were mega fans of this guy. So she realized if she screws with him, she has a rebellion on her hands. They were the ones who eventually came to South Africa and then became what is today called the South African Baptists. Although we have almost everything in common with the Southern Baptists. Or me, so technically they're not wrong, right? The Baptist Church did start with John the Baptist because John the Baptist was baptizing adults in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in preparation for Jesus Christ, right? So that was the baptism. It was the baptism of the cleansing of sin, the confession of faith. So they're not wrong, but I think if you were to talk to them, they would all admit that obviously that's not where the Baptist movement started. So they're more talking about the movement spiritually started with John the Baptist, not with it didn't. That's not where the Baptist Church was born. That thing's right. MDK. Most of the claims about, oh, they're doing this, doing that, and it's based on other faiths. There's a number of ways to look at it. The first is the evidence that's usually presented for these other ancient rites that existed for it is usually very flimsy. I've looked into most of this because, unlike most Christians, I wasn't a Christian my entire life. There was a long time where I was actively looking for ways to own Christians because I wasn't a Christian. Most of the evidence for it is ridiculously flimsy. And even if you wanted to make the argument and say, oh, but, there is some evidence that other cultures did it, there's also a lot of evidence that God didn't just speak to the Jews. We know this. We know that the Jewish prophets did go to other nations. In fact, we even know that Jacob was in Israel. Was in Israel, spent almost 7 years there. more than 7 years there. So fundamentally, there's a lot of cultural differences and cultural things that could have brushed up on each other. But John the Baptist was definitely not just copying some other rite. Baptism was a thing in Jewish society. Like they baptized pretty much for a long time before that. Their baptism wasn't the same as the Christian baptism, because obviously when Jesus comes, Jesus explains to us exactly what baptism means. But baptism for the Jews was a thing pretty much from the first. It wasn't a new thing for them. Ravy G, take care of yourself, bro. Never knew that about South Africa. Maybe I didn't even know this until I joined the Baptist Church, right? And got the lowdown on the history of the Baptist Church. So I didn't really believe I was raised up on those morals. And to answer your how am I doing question, I'm doing fair, mostly lurking and gaming on Overwatch 2. Also, I was raised up as a Roman Catholic, but left it when I turned 18 in my mom's eyes permission. So while I didn't really believe I was raised up on those morals. Sarah, I understand that, right? And by the way, you won't ever get any sort of condemnation from me on this channel. Belief is a private thing. It's between you and God. You have to find that faith when it presses on your heart. And if God uses me to be that voice, then I'm grateful for that, right? I'm grateful for the opportunity to be used in that way, but I'm not going to force it onto anyone. But yeah, who said it? Someone just said, was it Tekla? Tekla is correct there. If you're born in the West, you are a Christian. You might not believe in God, but you believe in everything else. Right? You believe in everything else. You follow every other cultural relevance. Culturally, you believe in everything, right? So it's kind of interesting in that way. But at your first chat, Akko likes to be used. If it's by God, yeah, absolutely, Avedon. It's why we're on this planet, is to be used by God. Just got a notice on phone about Amazon wanting to buy TikTok. Is that not an April Fool's? So it's not good enough for Amazon that they destroyed Twitch. They now want to buy TikTok too? It's not wrong. Grumpy isn't wrong. So the article is, let's just see here. Amazon bids to buy TikTok as Dateline looms, New York Times reports. Amazon.com has put in a last-minute offer to buy all of short-form video app TikTok. The New York Times reported on Wednesday, citing 3 people familiar with the bid. The US President Donald Trump will consider on Wednesday a final proposal related to TikTok ahead of an April 5 deadline for the app to find a non-Chinese buyer or face a ban in the country, a White House official told Reuters on Tuesday. ByteDance and TikTok did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comment, and Amazon declined to respond. Shares of Amazon rose 1.3% in a volume spike after the report. Various parties have been involved in the talks and do not appear to be taking Amazon's bid seriously, the New York Times said. The bid came via an offer letter addressed to Vice President J.D. Vance and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. The report added, the future of the app, used by nearly half of all Americans, has been up in the air since a 2024 law passed with overwhelming bipartisan support required ByteDance to divest TikTok by January 19. Washington says TikTok's ownership by ByteDance makes it beholden to the Chinese government, and Beijing could use the app to conduct influence operations against the United States and collect data on Americans. Trump, after taking office for a second term in January 20, signed an executive order seeking to delay by 75 days the enforcement of the law, allowing TikTok to continue its operations in the U.S. temporarily. Since then, several parties have reportedly expressed interest in TikTok, with Trump saying last month that his administration was in touch with 4 different groups about the sale of the platform. Ooh, okay. I would not be surprised if, like, I'm not surprised by Amazon wanting this. Because Amazon already has Twitch. If it could merge Twitch and TikTok, Twitch can maybe finally be successful, right? Twitch can finally start making some money. Because right now, Twitch doesn't make a lot of money. And so if you can have shorts come from Twitch directly uploaded to TikTok with no holds barred, no real barrier of entry, TikTok would probably blow up, and Amazon's Twitch would blow up in the same way. So yeah, I can understand this. Maybe if Twitch has more discoverability on the same platform. Omi, I'm not entirely sure about that, because I think there's already a lot of ways to be discoverable on Twitch. You just need to make content outside of it. So most Twitch streamers are already doing that, right? Most Twitch streamers already upload their shorts to TikTok. I'm one of the few that don't, because I don't like TikTok, and so I don't want to upload there. But, you know, I don't think it would change much, because it's already being used by most of the Twitch streamers. Avaron, what do you mean? You grinds my gears? Twitch is two-tiered? Jean, how do you mean? Just gonna notice, Mekva. Your first, Elon should buy TikTok. I don't think Elon should buy TikTok, because Elon is already trying to turn X into TikTok. At least that's the hope. I don't think it will work, but it does seem like he wants to turn X into the everything party, or the everything app. Yeah, well, technically he could probably get Vine. Well, he could probably get Vine back up. Don't know if it will work, but he could get Vine back up. When it comes to banning our son, got how many hours banned? Some get weeks or perma. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, there I agree with you, John. I think at some point, someone is going to have to fix the political leanings of these various streaming platforms and video platforms. Because even on YouTube, you have a more left-wing bend. There's some things that you'll say on YouTube that you'll almost definitely get demonetized for. And if you don't get demonetized, you get soft demonetized, because YouTube does have the ability, if you say certain things, to limit ads. So it's not an official limit. Some ads might still show up, but most won't. So YouTube, or at least what they'll do is they'll downgrade the video in terms of discoverability. So that stuff can happen on Twitch, on YouTube as well, but it's not as bad as on Twitch. Twitch's is really bad. And I don't know how to fix that, because effectively you're going to have to fire most of the people working at Twitch. All right, boys, it's time for me to go. It's Wednesday evening, so I usually have to leave a little bit earlier. I doubt Asmon would have gotten banned, or to that time extent, if he was streaming on Asmongold instead of Zacroar. Maybe, although I think he still would have. No, I think he still would have. Twitch really wants people to not be right-wing. And I think Twitch has a bit of a problem where it doesn't know how its audience is. It's struggling, I think, to figure out how that works. I can't wait for more Schedule 1 tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow we will be playing Schedule 1. We'll probably react to a couple of things, although today we reacted to so many things that couldn't get to Schedule 1, but we will be playing Schedule 1 most likely tomorrow again. I'll be back tomorrow, same time as today. Look out for some videos. Look out for, all of the usual content, and then tomorrow we'll get back to playing some games and hanging out again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending your time with me, your afternoon, your morning, or your evening, whichever time it was. It was great to have you here. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed having you. As always, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace.